Good evening, Mustard Orcs. Welcome in. It's Good Friday. Jesus has risen. His name is George Elenikana.
Passing in the space and he was scoring Elenikana. Crossing to the box and he was scoring Elenikana. Do it by himself and he was scoring Elenikana. Elenikana. Passing in the space and he was scoring Elenikana. Crossing to the box and he was scoring Elenikana. Do it by himself and he was scoring Elenikana. Elenikana.
So, and this is, I guess, where I'm going to be doing the rest of the stream from, facing backwards. No. Okay, let's stop with the darkness. How is everyone this wonderful Friday? I hope you've all had a fabulous week. It's great to see so many of you in already as well. We've got the wonderful Berry in. Berry was in first, followed shortly by Wilco, by Blue Lions and by Johnny Trotter. Welcome in, gents. It's lovely to see you all. We have more though. We don't stop there. We never stop there. We've got a little bit of RJ. We've got a little bit of Crudmo. We've got DM Bassist in as well. Welcome in, chaps. We've got George over on YouTube. We've got Donald over there as well. We've got some FMG&G. We've got so many people that I'm actually struggling to scroll down chat quickly enough to check on through. This is absolutely incredible. Zerachul is in as well. Hungdom in. It's great to see you all. I really appreciate you dropping by, and we are about to do a little bit of AC Milan. Now with AC Milan, we're about 7 games into the season. We've got some great games coming up. We've got a home game. Oh, is that not coming up? Interesting. Okay. I'm just going to quickly switch to something. Let me hop on back over to, let's do this. Come across there. Now, why isn't, that's because I haven't copied them across. Beautiful. Okay, so as we go during the course of this stream, I need to add these in. We pop that there. That'll need to go there. Hopefully the sound alert should now work. It is still the shit imposterman. I'm afraid to say it is very much. I have no beard, and I must scream. It's very strange. Am I having a stroke? I most definitely am. Oh,
fucking! Do I not like that?
You are an ostrich. Well, your head must be in the sand.
There we go. I finally got it appearing up there now. Beautiful. Yeah, so we've got 18.
Follow the trawler. It's because they think sardines will be thrown into the sea. Thank you.
George has got the password correct in Twitch now. Marvelous. Welcome in that guy there as well. It's great to see you.
I'm champion, so I'm not one of the bottle. I think I'm a special one.
Cool. So today we've got AC Milan. There will potentially be, at some point during the course of the stream, a switch over to the FMNL Super League. We have a game up against Zambique in the round of 64 that we are hoping to play at some point.
Champions League, man.
Yeah, okay, that's now I remember why it wasn't on this one. It was only on the game. The weird crackling is definitely weird. It's something I might have to look into. Can you add the it's not the statistics soundboard to the points, please? No, we need to save it and keep it special for those subscriptions as they come in. So let's there will be FMNL Super League action round 64 a little bit later potentially. It was meant to happen on Wednesday. And I am just waiting for my opponent to let us know when he's available. It does seem that despite saying that we kind of need to have a little bit of notice and stuff, it looks like it's going to have to sit by the seat of our pants on that one. So who knows exactly when that's going to happen and the switching. So we'll find out. You did indeed redeem bingo. I can see it up there, DM Basis. We will head on over into in a moment. In fact, let's head on over now. That's nice and simple. And then we can catch everyone up on where we're going through there. So that's the, oh, there we go. I need to post all those lovely bits as well. You see, this is what happens when I've been not streaming for a few days. All the admin doesn't get done. There we go. Right, so here we go. Let's pop in. We're going to start off today with a little game of bingo. I'm going to pop the link over into the... so George, I've sent it out in Discord as well, but that's not on my browser tab. So there we go. So yeah, for those who haven't played bingo before, it's a really, really simple game. Pop on over to that link that's in your chat there. And when we start, every single one of us will get a unique bingo card with 16 squares. Those 16 squares will contain like a club or a country or competition or a player that they might have played alongside. We then each get the same list, the very, very same list of 60 players in the same order. And they get revealed one by one. We get 10 seconds to work out if they match any of the criteria on our bingo card. If they do, click on it. If they don't, click skip. Now, there is going to be the possibility they might match more than one square, and you just kind of have to make a decision. Once you've made that decision, that square is locked in. You can't undo that square. You can't put another player that might come up later in that square. So be careful. We do have a little bit of time. What we'll do is we'll give it probably about another minute or so before we head on. So there's plenty of time to join on in. And then the way it works is the top 5 scorers in this round will get points onto the leaderboard that you can't currently see because we're over on the FMNL now. So let's pop on actually over to the correct one. So many scenes on my OBS. There's a lovely little leaderboard there. So the person that finishes top will get 5 points, then 4 points, 3 points for third, 2 points for fourth, 1 point for last. Thank you very much, Quadmo. Indeed, Theo. Welcome in, Theo, by the way. The link has been posted over there. So Quadmo will be first for sure. Hopefully not. We can all work together and hope that we can keep Quadmo down. So Johnny was saying there's an FMNL international break in the middle of the Milan city. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. We can finally scratch that bingo itch. We can indeed, Zerachul. RJ, can't wait to have card played at Cruzeiro in the season 29-30. But you also won't get the text, the image either. So you won't actually be certain. It'll just say, you'll have to guess which it could be. Even Crudmo hopes that Crudmo loses. So Hungda Min's hoping for a top 5 finish, just like a Tottenham or a Chelsea or a Man United. Well, it's a long time now since Man United or Tottenham will be recording a top 5 finish. Let's be fair. Right, let's head on over into the game. And for those that haven't normally been here, because we get the same players in the same order, I will generally take the first few very, very slowly so that I don't get ahead of you. Because, you know, that could give you an advantage knowing which players are about to come up. But we have a player like Gael Clichy here where I can leave it running right down to the last second and then click Man City. Right, who've we got up next? We have got Roberto Di Matteo, scorer of one of the greatest. Was it FA Cup final? It was FA Cup final goals. It's an absolute cracker. Absolute cracker. God, that's a long time ago. A long, long time ago. Right, Romeo Lavia there. And now we've got Nasser Chadli. I'm sure there are many with which he matches here, but I'm not confident, so I'll let them run. And there's going to be around from this point that we're going to start. And we've got Wesley Sneijder. What a player Wesley Sneijder was. Absolutely incredible. I feel like he played at Ajax, but I doubt myself as soon as I see anything come up. Okay, Kevin De Bruyne next. Kevin De Bruyne, we will let that one run, I think. Talisca. Now that's interesting that Talisca should come up because I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot of Talisca today. Quite a bit of Talisca potentially. But I'm not sure if he matches any of those criteria there. Roberto Abandanzieri. There's a player I haven't thought about much at all, ever. Welcome in, Relay. How are you doing, sir? Lovely to see you. How's your week been? Here's Mauro Icardi. I'm sure he's got to match some of these, but I'm not feeling confident. RJ, you do need to remember that Monaco is AMO, especially as Elise Ben Seguir is a Monaco player. Right, Fernando Couto. Can Fernando Couto match any of these? Which Portuguese club did he come up through? He feels like a Porto player. He feels like one. Who the is Franco Armani? I don't even know who that is. So sunny Barcelona, we start the sun season today. It is officially spring. And just still wondering on Amorim last night tactics with Mainu and Maguire as strikers. It's all about panicking, isn't it? Last minute panic. A little bit like how I panicked there and was meant to click France, but accidentally clicked Marseille. Oh well. So Vitor Bayer. I don't think he matches any of those. Oh, we surely played in Portugal. I've completely been ignoring the played in Portugal one. Will you do a video about it? Who knows? Who knows? Like Christian Eriksen, that could have been a Ajax one, but we'll let that run. Joaquin, would he have been any of these? I don't think so. Gabriel Milito, seems to be getting quite a few Argentinian players coming through, which isn't very helpful. Giovanni, don't think. I mean, which Giovanni? There's been a couple, haven't there? Carlos Augusto potentially going to take DeMarco's spot in that Inter lineup in the coming weeks. Potentially. Welcome in, Starlord 2. How you doing, my dude? Lovely to see you. Right, Gonzalo Montiel. I don't think he matches any of those either. Nicholas Füllkrug. Ooh. I'm not liking. Oh, there we go. There was Germany. I'm just being a little bit dumb. Lionel Messi. That's a nice and easy one, right? Vangelis Pavlidis. I don't think we'll match any of those. Skriniar. Back scratcher. I'm going to let that one pass. Now, did Broja ever play a game at the same time as Giroud at Chelsea? Because Broja's broke through a while back. I'm gonna risk it. I don't know why, but I am. Asamoah Gyan surely doesn't match any of those. Tosin Adarabioyo, I don't think matches any of those either. Boubacar Kamara, of course we're going to play that one with the Lord and Saviour Unai Emery. Robert Huth, there's a throwback. We're going to pass on that one. We're going to pass on Andre Ayew as well. And Jordan Ayew. Now, Marseille would have been great had I not accidentally pressed Reveille on that. I'm not sure which one turns out for Ghana, whether they're both for Ghana now. I can't really remember. Martin Braithwaite. Doesn't match any of those, I don't think. Where did Divock Origi go? He's played for a number of teams now. I'm not feeling that one. Or Nangolan. Gary Neville quite famously won the Copa America. I think we all know that. And the Champions League Golden Boot. As did Jared Bowen. Nicholas Bentner. Leandro Paredes. Has he been at... he feels like a player might have played for Roma at some point. But I'm just not confident on that. Lucas Torreira. He's Mexican, not Uruguayan. Lassana Diarra. Danny Ceballos. El Shaarawy. Okay, that was a nice little one there. Sanyol will pass through. Christophe Dugarry. He was good in the early Champions League stages, right? Maybe he could have done that. Cristante. James Rodriguez. Has Colombia ever won the Copa America during his time? I'm going to let that one go. Alejandro Grimaldo. Daniel Sturridge. Frank Ribery. Antonio Valencia. Papu Gomez. Yeah, I'm going with it. I don't feel confident on that one at all. Erling Haaland. Zinedine Zidane. That will do nicely. Pedro. Luis Suarez. Good. Let's risk it on what the last one is. It's going to be Romario. I'm okay with that. Paredes did play for Roma. There we go. I mean, I had a feeling he might have done, but there's just so many there. And what do we expect? Crodmo says bollocks again and finishes top. We currently have a 6-way tie right at the top there, but we don't have a Zerachul finish yet. So that could all be about to change. Wow, I suck this, probably because all of the players were before your time. George, I mean, it's time to get brushed up on a little bit of history. Ryan, you missed bingo. I'm sorry indeed. Welcome in though, my dude. I guess pretty much all of that. I mean, you did pretty well, DMB. 14, currently joint top with Quadmo, with Coritiba, with Draw. You are consistently at the top in this game. Absolutely brilliant. El Norby, FMGNG, another one consistently at the top. Welcome in, Rowan. Welcome in, my dude. Hello, Raiders. How are you all doing? How was the remainder of the Wellington Phoenix stream? I saw it pop back on after the little cutout. So we've just about to actually head into the stream today. We haven't actually started. We've played a little bit of bingo, and we're going to be heading on over to see a little bit of AC Milan after that. So El Norby, you got the same points of Quadmo. Indeed, you did. Boo, Quadmo, not even bingo. Not even bingo. Disgraceful, isn't it? Hung to Min, your mid-table. That's not bad. Not bad. 10 is solid. More than half. The Timo is in. Pole is in. The Dutch FM all coming in with Rowan. Welcome in, gents. Zerachul says crap. Zerachul did it. Zerachul did it. Right at the last there. Comes in. Pushes everyone down to second. 15 correct answers. Genius. What a wonderful job, sir. What a wonderful, wonderful job. Right, I think it's time to head on over to the actual game. So Rowan, yes, German internet. We're second in the league. We're playing third in the league. First game next stream. We have a game in hand. Nice. Beautifully set. Beautifully set indeed. We are also second in the league. We're second in the league behind Napoli by 1 point, but they have played a game more than us. We're only relatively new into our time with AC Milan here. And coming up, we have a nice home game against Catanzaro. I've moved the game forwards to that point. Then we have Barcelona in the Champions League, away against Bologna, and a nice meaty derby against Blue Neri, everyone's favourite team, Blue Neri. So we should have some cracking games. I mean, we've got RB Salzburg in there as well, Torino, Genoa, Zagreb, Cagliari. We'll see how far we get on. So we're doing all right. We're doing kind of all right there. So I'm sorry, 12. Right, George, don't worry. Campionese are a non-league team. They were our very first friendly, and the main reason why I like picking them whenever they come up is because for some reason they have a snail on the badge, and I think that's kind of cool. So yeah, we've got generally speaking almost completely fit squad. Rafael Leao has just returned from injury. Demi Roher Profundi took slight knocks during the course of the week. So we're going to be close to having a full strength squad potentially for that Inter Milan game, which is going to be very, very nice. But for the upcoming game, I have looked to do a little bit of rotation because we've got Barcelona midweek. I've dropped Milenkovic so he can be rested. I've dropped Theo Hernandez. I've dropped Eduardo Bove, and I've dropped Joshua Zirkzee. So I've had a little bit of a swap round, get some of those fringe players into the team so we can keep them nice and fresh before then heading into the game against Barcelona midweek. And because we're there, we can head straight into the game as well. We can head straight into the game. So our team is going to be new signing Elia Caprile, youngster Ermano Baglieri, another new gen Claudio Brignoni in the centre of defence. Alongside him will be Beraldo, who's was signed before we arrived, as was Matteo Ruggeri. He's pretty good there. Nico Gonzalez again was here when we arrived, as was Santiago Heze. Eamon Kari. Benato is a new gen who came on as a substitute in our last stream and scored 2 amazing goals. Elena Kane was here before we arrived, and Diego Carmona, another new gen. So yeah, let's get to it. Right, sell Xerxes to Man United, go to the Prem. Was yesterday's game the greatest game you've ever seen? So draw. It might be the greatest game I haven't seen, as I was sadly out last. Well, I wasn't sadly out. I was very, very happy to be out last night. But yeah, I got home after the game had concluded. So let's see how we get on. Generally speaking, Elena Kane has been absolutely sensational for us. Nico Gonzalez, I prefer to be paying higher up, but because we've had Malik Thior injured for quite a while, he's had to kind of sacrifice himself a little bit to fill in that role at the base of midfield. Now, Catanzaro have started off pretty well. 11 points from their opening 7 games is absolutely brilliant. But this is a game we should feel like we're going to win. I do need to get that suit updated to pink to get that Secundo Castillo feel. Right, so from the kickoff, do we have anything coming? No, that's good. That's good. You never. Oh, what did I click on there? Did that badge send me? Oh, that's silly. Right, Bernardo with a free kick into the wall, behind for a corner. Elena Kane, never going to see that at all. So did things go okay with the landlord visit? Did he get to see the Wall of Awesome? So he sadly didn't get to see the Wall of Awesome. I took the Wall of Awesome down before he visited. It went as well as it could have gone. It was exactly what I expected it would be. Right, here's Ruggieri. Sends it into the far post. Elena Kane, and you know what this means.
Pass it in the space and he would score Elena Kane. Cross it to the box and he would score Elena Kane. Do it by himself and he would score Elena Kane. Elena Kane. Pass it in the space and he would score Elena Kane. Cross it to the box and he would score Elena Kane. Do it by himself and he would score Elena Kane. Elena Kane.
Oh, I bet that's going to get old quick. That is going to get very old quick, but who cares? Here's Kari playing it out to the white. Ruggieri with a low cross. Brunato shot is blocked, and they just about get rid of the pressure. It's going to be a throw-in. Not a good enough of throw-in, however, to create a chance. Do you just have a song for everything? Counter press analysis. George, I have a lot of songs. Well, actually, we only have 3 songs for the team. I did manage to get a little bit of time before today's stream to sort that out, but only 3 songs worth, I'm afraid to say. Right, Ryan, never mind not going to your driving test. An email saying it's cancelled. Oh, that's a little bit shit. That is very shit, in fact. Does it give you a alternative date, or does this mean you now have to rearrange it and you now have to wait like months again? Right, Bernardo with that corner sends it into the near post. Bueno gets it clear, only as far as Kari. And here's a break now. Di Giovanni nips in. What a great highlight that was. It looked like, to be fair, it looked like it was going to be an exciting counter-attack for a moment. Ratnik on the ball now. Plays it across to Canate. Moving it all the way out to the right. Canate turns back inside. Ratnik will find Di Giovanni. It's just trying to find those pockets of space for Catanzaro. They move it out to the left now. Here's Negro. I'm not going to say that name again. That made me feel very, very uncomfortable, and I wish I processed that before I just said it aloud. Brignoni gets it clear. Brignoni down to Bueno. Here's the cross. We get it clear, but not far. Di Giovanni, and that's over. That is over. So, RJ, today is a very exciting day in the 2nd division in Belgium. Last game of the season. Oh, interesting. Oh, Bernardo, can he get in? He can't. Dale Mura. Ruggieri sends the cross in. There's Diego Carmona to make it 2-0. Diego Carmona, a player we don't have a goal celebration song for. So last game of the season, RWDM. That's not Michelin, is it? Who are RWDM? Zolta Vergam, La Louvière. 1 point separates them, and RWDM first and Zolta second play one another. That should be fun. That should be fun. Right, here's Rosengreen to Dalamura. Carmona is in behind now. Carmona one-on-one with the keeper. He's got to be able to finish this. He does. That's 2 goals in a matter of seconds from Diego Carmona. 3 minutes, apparently. 2 goals in the space of 3 minutes. I think it's safe to say that we should be home and away with this game, right? I think this should be home and away with this game. All right, Zerachol, man, I was broken yesterday. Jules screening the Man United game.
It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, bless you, GNG. George complains about the adverts, and GNG is there to the rescue. What a gentleman you are with a gift subscription. Oh, very, very much appreciated. I'm sorry, so Zerachol was saying Jules screening the Man United game and the Werder Glimt game. Is it not incredible for Berda to be into the semi-finals as Kari comes through? Kari can't get the shot off before he's tackled. Pressure hasn't gone though. Tries to play it over the top. Again, can't quite get there. And they managed to clear. What an incredible situation for there to be a Norwegian side in the semi-finals of the Europa League. Hopefully they can keep it on. They've knocked out Lazio, a phenomenal side. From what I've heard, deserved it over both legs as well. So there's nothing to stop them going all the way. So Ryan, it has to be rearranged. Baby boom at the same time I was born, and a lot of the test folk retiring, so a massive waiting list. That's not cool. That's not cool. I mean, like, it's understandable situations happen, things get cancelled, but to then mean that you have to go back to the end of that waiting list to get your test booked again is a little bit crappy. Like, you should get priority on like any slots that are cancelled not by the potential drivers. Valieri now sends the cross into the far post. Elena Kane is there.
Passing in the space and he will score Elena Kane. Crossing to the box and he will score Elena Kane. Do it by himself and he will score Elena Kane. Elena Kane. Passing in the space and he will score Elena Kane. Crossing to the box and he will score Elena Kane. Do it by himself and he will score Elena Kane. Elena Kane.
I say it's going to get tiring very quickly. I'm not going to stop though. I'm most definitely not going to stop. Right, so Drew, how are you doing? I'm very well, my dude. Lovely to see you, my dude. What are your settings on vertical scrolling? It's one of my favorite camera angles. Full zoom. For this, we're just a couple of ticks above the lowest height as well, just because sometimes some grounds the view will be obscured behind the goal. Right, that's a pretty good first half now, isn't it? I mean, we do expect ourselves to beat Catanzaro, but those situations mean that even though he's on a hat-trick, we can potentially use this time to get Rafael Leao back up to a little bit of fitness. We can look to spare some of our starters as well. So Demiro here can come in for Nico. Kari is kind of a starter at the moment, so we could perhaps look at bringing him out. Not necessarily sure we have someone on the bench that we want to. Otherwise, guess the other... Yeah, I think we bring off... Benato's likely to be starting midweek as well, so let's do this that way round, which would... Actually, let's make him a false 9. False 9, Trequartista, advance forward. Valieri on a yellow card, so we can bring in Profundi as well. Here's return from injury, so 4 substitutions at half-time. Nice, standard, normal behaviour for a manager in a game of football. So I kind of hope they would go out though. Too much money so hard to catch up to them now. I suppose I can certainly get that, but what an amazing moment it would be for Norwegian football. Even if it's just the final, that would be incredible. DM Basis really wants Berda to win the whole thing. It would be amazing. It would be amazing. Quadmo wants us to sell him in Elena Kane in January just to stop that song. I might just start playing it at random moments just to upset you. Mr. Grizzly P says, I'd agree if it wasn't cursed with Spursity. I mean, could you? I've got this feeling. I've got this nagging feeling that Spurs are going to win it. As Rafael Leao with the header, it's a decent save by Laban. That Spurs are going to win it, and then what is it? The Champions League final is like 3 or 4 days later, and Arsenal are going to win that. So Spurs will finally put an end to their trophy drought, and the moment will be taken and completely overshadowed by their rivals winning the Champions League. So El Norby really wants Man United to win the Europa League. I can't say I do, I'll be honest. You have to be a Man United fan, otherwise you're the only non-Man United fan who wants that. Exactly. Welcome in, Jabbits. How are you doing, sir? How's your week been? Here's Kari coming down the side, finds Profundi. Profundi hangs it up into the box. Carmona can't get there, and Di Giovanni can clear, but he doesn't. And here's Rafael Leao now. Rafael Leao with a goal.
Oh wow, look at me now. I'm solving all my problems with Rafael Leao. Oh, Rafael Leao.
That is so absurdly dumb. I do apologise. It genuinely makes me smile. Tottenham won't win, that's for sure. I feel like narratively it makes sense that they might score. They might go on and win the thing. Big Ange always wins a trophy in his second season. Indeed, exactly that. Welcome in, by the way, Rich. How you doing, my dude? Sadraw, have you ever had a game where you were safely leading, you made rotations, and somehow it caused you to not win the game? Yeah, absolutely. There's been plenty of games. I mean, it depends. When you say safely leading, there have definitely been times where I've made a lot of subs at, say, 2-0, feeling like we were very much in control and come on to regret it. I don't think I've ever lost from the situation we're in here, like where I've made loads of changes at half-time and that we then throw away, say, a 4-0 lead. But yeah, definitely many times where it's happened. But that's all right. As Rafael's in behind again, and that's a good save from Liban. Should have finished that off, went for the near post. The goalkeeper read it all the way, though. RJ saying that Inter will win. You heard it here first, because of DeMarco, of course. Dutch FM, when do I play my Super League match? I have no idea, the Dutch FM. It was meant to be on Wednesday. I was waiting around at both of the times that were mentioned on Wednesday, and I really enjoyed doing that. And currently it is at a time, potentially today. And as you can tell from the tone of my voice, I love uncertainty. To a great deal. As Rosengren with a great chance, is a good block from Brunoni. Coming into the last 10 minutes there. Hey, welcome in, Dill. How are you doing, sir? Lovely to see you. Did I see you? I did see you. I was going to say, I've done that, and then I can't find your chat. How are you? How was the rest of your stream last night? Dill, go and give Dill a little bit of love if you're not already. Astonishing streamer. Brilliant at the world building aspect. Really gets you to feel what's going on in the save. I'm doing very well, my dude. Milan are doing okay. This will take us back to top of the league, but we're only 8 games into the season right now. Sadian basis, but how can an English team lose when every other team in every other league in the world are just farmers? Fair point. I wish there was a puke emoji. Carmona missing a sitter. He's a young lad. We can let him do that. It's not the worst thing. It's a close game to start the save again. I'm glad for it. After the weekend that ended on lots and lots of failures, I think I could quite happily go back to this area and have a nice, easy win to make me feel a little bit better. Just a little bit better. So, Johnny Schotter, how do you say Punktlichkeit in Netherlands? Just a good question. It's a good question. Dutch FM, where can... Oh, there we go. We've got the answer from Nopfler. A Stiptheid. Now, I don't know what either of those words mean, so I'm assuming it's going to be something very, very kind and good-spirited, much like my sarcasm was earlier. So, yeah, 5-0. Pretty decent. Can't really knock that now, can we? Got players rested. We've got the big game against Barcelona. Back up onto top. That's a plus 20 goal difference after 8 games. And that's despite losing a game. Did we lose? Was it 3-1 to Napoli, I think? Let me just double check. It was 2-1, but it was at home to Napoli. And we were thoroughly outplayed. We were also, I wouldn't say we were outplayed. I felt we were quite unlucky when we lost our last Champions League game, which was home against Leverkusen. So there is a little bit of pressure coming on to us for this upcoming game. But we've got to feel quite positive that we've got the win, and hopefully we can take that momentum into the next match. Oh, pardon me. We gave some happiness before the Barca game. Exactly. You can't even think of the English word. There we go. I never post anything on YouTube lives, but is this Musterman without a bloody beanie on? Brian, this is not just Musterman without a bloody beanie on. This is Musterman without a beard. It's a horrible, scary moment. Let me sort at least. I've got control of one element of that at least, and I've got the hat that matches the jumper here. So let's get ourselves back into our normal swing of things. There we go. That feels a little bit more comfortable. Right, we got some money from a transfer deal that we had nothing to do with. That's always nice. So it's timeliness, punctuality. Right, okay, that makes sense. The success of the Norwegian teams reminds you of the great Rosenborg of the 90s, who knocked out Milan in the Champions League. that era, Rosenborg had like an incredible conveyor belt of talent coming through in those years. Absolutely sensational. So check Mustermann's hard drive. 12-0, 5-0. What's next? 104-0. I mean, the 12. There you go. You're happy now. Rafael Leao will miss the Barca game. Wojciech should be okay for the bench for that one. Now, Leao probably wasn't going to start because he's still coming back from injury. So that's not the worst thing in the world. But it would be nice for us to be able to get him back up to fitness. And it's all just small little setbacks, one after the other. I mean, yeah, like a 12-0 against a non-league side really doesn't count. But a 5-0 against Catanzaro, that was quite nice. That was definitely quite nice. Sel Norby, you can cope with Man United Berdeglimt final where United win. I mean, fair enough. You don't want an all-English final. I can absolutely agree with you on that. Definitely. You want games that you don't see often. Like, you want matches between teams that you aren't guaranteed to see every year within their domestic league. So it's great, for example, that the Champions League, we're guaranteed to have teams from different nations in the final for sure. Like that Tottenham-Liverpool final a few years ago was just drab, truly drab. Crudmo, you've got a fake beard you could have lent me last night if I said, oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. So earlier you were speaking French as usual. I couldn't remember the French word for efficiency. I mean, to be fair, that seems perfectly reasonable. I forget the English words for stuff pretty much on a daily basis. Right, Kari has got a facial laceration. Do we get him to wear a mask? What would I be thinking? Kari's been pretty good for us. He's scoring goals, but I don't mind Heze. Would I feel comfortable with Heze in that role there? Actually, let's make all the changes that we would be likely to make for this. Now, we have an approach which is our front three, one player is on support. That's basically the rule. Everything else is pretty much reasonably fixed. Our striking lineup, the roles there, we will change on a game-by-game basis. One player needs to be on support. So Xerxes and Elena Kana would be the expected starting lineup there. We could start Roya, but I'm not sure I would want to and push Gonzalez up. Heze isn't really Mazzala material. He has been quite creative in the game, so he does like to get forwards. Okay, yeah, we'll go with that. We won't risk him. We'll use the club doctor. He should probably be all right to be on the bench, right? We'll find out anyway, won't it? Now it feels like Mustermann. There we go, Brian. See, almost there. Does your head feel warmer? It most definitely does. And it seems to have done something weird with the microphones as well. The microphones, the headphones as well, because now everything sounds very much like I'm underwater, which is not what I was expecting. Not what I was expecting at all. Right, so yeah, Kari is fine for the bench as we expected. Leao's okay for the bench. Wojciech is absolutely fine. Theor's still a couple of weeks away. Ooh, yeah, there's the other change we need to make, which is Milenkovic back into the starting lineup. So that's our team. They're not playing with an attacking midfielder, so we don't need to give Nico some specific instructions there. Right, let's do this with the proper game now. A proper game now. You're literally losing your French auto. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. Do French need a word for efficiency? Ooh, shots fired. Shots fired. Right, yeah, we're good. They've got Bart Verbruggen in goal, but otherwise that is a team. They've got Boubacar Kamara. What a great signing. But yeah, otherwise that is just a Barcelona team almost from the beginning of the game, 9 seasons in. Good old AI squad building, eh? So lots of nice positive things to say. And then I need to remember, let's do that there. Let's do that there. Oh, there we go. There we go. This isn't Villa Park then. It isn't. It isn't. They know how to play the right... Oh, I've only just noticed. We are definitely AC Milan in the league, but we are Kasiewicz in the scoreboard up there. Here's the corner, sent into the far post, headed away. Nico to Milenkovic. Milenkovic with the curler. Just inches away. Beautiful, beautiful moment. Welcome in, by the way, One Funny Cotto. Lovely to see you, my dude. We do have a lot of players wanted, and that's fine. We've got quite a few players who, players like Theo, he's 34, wanted by Saudi Arabia because his contract's going to be coming to an end. Oh, Bonato, it's fallen. Xerxes. Oh, Xerxes. That should have been 1-0. Yeah, a lot of players have been here for a while. We're not going to look to extend their contracts because they're all being paid like £300,000 per week. And we can get players at least of a similar standard for at least a bit cheaper. Maybe not massively cheaper, but a bit cheaper. Here's Elena. Oh, I thought he was going to do something exciting. Instead, he goes backwards. Here's Nico. Balieri down the right. Can he swing the ball in? He can't, so he goes back to Nico. Here's Heze. Heze to Theo. Theo to Bove. Bove from distance hits the bar. We've hit the woodwork twice already. Good stuff, though. We seem to be the team in the ascendancy. Momentum very much in our favour. We just need to take one of these chances. Right, here's the cross coming in for corner. Xerxes was the target. Araujo gets it clear. Nico to Balieri. Balieri has to turn away from the pressure and go backwards to Bove. Here's Beraldo. Bove dictating things deep, but can we get behind? There's a chance for Bonato to play Hernandez in, but he couldn't quite squeeze it through. Now he finds Elena Kena to Theo. Here's Bonato on the edge of the area. That's a foul. It's a foul, but is it a penalty? Thank you very much, by the way, for the follow, One Funny Cotto and Kenneth CFC. Lovely to have you guys in. That looked, it was just on the edge of the area. Are they saying it's not a foul? They're just saying no penalty. They're calling Bonato a diver, and I'm not going to stand for that. Disgraceful corruption of the highest order. Right, so that Barcelona up is very 2025. It is really, isn't it? I say we've been dominant. It's just the 4 shots. We haven't had most of the ball. None of our shots have been on target, but 2 of them have slammed off the woodwork. So let's tell players we need to be better in those advanced positions. Bonato probably being held accountable for the dive. Let's play him in a little bit more of a static role and ask Xerxes to be more attacking and see if we can get something going to the second half. We can bring Leao on if we need be. Carmona definitely deserves a shot of a decent amount of minutes after scoring 2 goals earlier in the week. So, dear basis, I keep thinking it's Saturday and then remembering it's Friday. What a time to be alive. I've been doing the same all day long. Because it's Easter, I got my supermarket delivery today as well, which is normally a Saturday thing, as Balieri strikes against the post once again and Barcelona clear. The offside flag means that we can't keep the pressure on. Right, here we are after. So I think we bring Carmona on. We play him. No, that's not what I want. We bring Carmona on for Bonato. We drop Xerxes into that deeper spot. That's why we signed him. It was for that flexibility. So we'll go with a complete forward. Go back to that way round what we were playing at the weekend. I think Nico's been absolutely fine, but I don't like his yellow card. So we're just going to do that there. And we just want to increase that tempo a little bit as we chase the game. Yeah, so I'm delighted. Isn't it great? It's great. We've still got a whole weekend coming up. Monday off too as well for those that would normally work. The best holiday of them all. Creates a long weekend. Here's Balde to Ansu Fati. Balde gets it back again. Turns. He's created an angle. Takes the shot. Huskovic deflects it. Can we get it clear? We can. Here's Xerxes. Xerxes to Carmona. Elena Kena. We must have someone charging down the left. We do. But apparently he wasn't going to do anything. So that's the end of the highlight. Cool. Okay. I also need to let me just Right, I'm going to pause here. Right, 7:30, 8 p.m. So 6:30 in about 45 minutes. Let me just see. It looks like we might be playing the FMNL Super League game. I've just got a message over on Discord, so I just need to respond to that. I'm going to drop the tempo back down because we haven't really done anything since doing that. Heze can come off. We can bring on... I think we're going to a box. And that's going to see Rafael Leao come on. We're going to see Ruggieri come on as well. So let's swing Roger over. Let's ask you to do those things. You there, you there. So we don't have to bring Kari on with his lovely little mask. But it looks like we are edging out to a disappointing 0-0. Our last change is going to be for Taru. Let's just be a little bit more direct on attacking. I don't expect we're going to see anything in this last minute and a half, but I suppose a draw isn't the worst result in the world. But we would have liked to. I mean, it's a very, very cruel draw getting Barcelona in the group stage. But here's the cross, Xerxes with the header. It's an easy claim for Verbruggen. So avoiding defeat is good, but it does feel like a bit of a missed opportunity here. A bit of a missed opportunity. It is Woodwork Manager 2024 Hungdamin. It does feel very much like that. Early for dinner, I like your thinking. DM Base is going for dinner, a wise choice. If you finish dinner early, there's more time for shacks and shenanigans. For snacks and shenanigans, exactly. And there is something particularly enjoyable about a late night snack. There's something that feels a little bit naughty about it that just makes it that smidgen better. So there we go. 3 games. We've got only 4 points so far out of them. Bit of a disappointment, but not the end of the world. Get these guys rested, and the next game is going to be away against Bologna. Bologna are a funny team. They certainly have the potential to cause us problems. We'll see how that one goes. And then it's the Inter derby afterwards, which will be absolutely awesome. Well, I say absolutely awesome. Could be a bit of a struggle, but something to look forward to. It's more what I'm going for. So bring off George wants me to sell Xerxes to Man United. Now he wants me to bring him off. Bless him. Damn it, Rowan, why did you have to put me in this chat and traumatize me for my Super League loss? Welcome in, Damien. Welcome in. I would never I'd never want to remind you that I knocked you out in the last round of the FMNL Super League, because that's just mean-spirited, and it's a good, friendly competition. Everything was done in the right spirit, and there's no need to remind you that, like, we equalised right in the last minute of the first game, and had you won that game, that would have put you in a really, really good position, and then kind of hit you on the break multiple times in the second game, so you ended up losing, and I topped the group quite comfortably, because there's no class in doing that. I wouldn't wish to do that. That would be mean-spirited. That would be horrible. An absolute dick move. So I definitely won't at any point talk about knocking you out of the FMNL Super League. How you doing, my dude? Right, draw. I think we need to change the fact that a kick to the crossbar or bar will count as a goal attempt in the statistics, because that is the most goal attempts there is. I mean, well, it definitely counts as a goal attempt for sure. So Dutch works Sunday with the kids, so no long weekend for you. I imagine it's quite rewarding to work with them on that day, but yeah, that must be a little bit frustrating. You have the 4 points you wanted, right? We're going with it. We're going to try and be as graceful as we possibly can, given the circumstances. No Maguire, no party. That's what we've missed out on. I should have just played Milenkovic as a striker. That was the problem, because Milenkovic was absolutely perfect for that role, right? So I've got to sign Harry Maguire and play him up front. Harry Maguire is almost certainly retired now, isn't he? We're 9 seasons in. Harry Maguire is an unemployed manager. He has always been an unemployed manager, not a single club for his coaching career to date, bless him. So I forgot to ask you, what are your thoughts about the Villa game? You deserve to go to extra time. Donnarumma saved PSG. So let's be fair. After we got to 3-2, we had a number of very, very good chances to bring the tie level. So on that basis, yes, we perhaps deserve to go to extra time. However, on the basis of the first leg and the first half of the second leg, PSG could have scored like 10 goals. I think it was really, both legs were really interesting. The way that PSG dominated the first game, the real kind of cat and mouse element to how that first leg played out, the really resilient defending, the absolutely incredible goals from Doué and Kvaratskhelia. That was great. Not a great result, but a great game. And the second leg was really, really exciting. And, it looked like it was going to be a bit of a dead rubber when PSG went 2-0 up early on. And then, thankfully, they tried to throw it away. And it made for quite an exciting spell. I'm really, really proud of Villa's efforts. You're right. In an alternative universe, we could have won that tie over the two legs like 7-3 or something. But also could have got absolutely embarrassed at the same time. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really proud of how far we've come. It's also getting to the quarterfinals of Champions League is not an achievement. Like we got reasonably deep in a cup competition. Cup competitions require a little bit of luck along the way as it is anyway. We can enjoy the moment. We can be happy with how we acquitted ourselves. But at the end of the day, it's just a stage hopefully on our progression, and maybe we can be back there maybe next season, maybe not next season, but at least in reasonable period of time. That's the hope. That's the hope. Right, we have a break coming up, because we always have a break coming up, I know. So we've got ads coming up in a second. I'm going to go and pee, I'm going to refill my drink, I'm going to poison my lungs, and I'm going to see you in about 3 to 4 minutes. Right, we're back. Welcome all in. Now, before the break, Andrew over on YouTube asked, does anybody know a game similar to FM, but based on American football? Now, I don't, so if anyone in chat does know, it'd be absolutely fabulous to let Andrea know. I know there's that like college football dynasty one that I think is a little bit more, you're in control of you're in control of a few more elements of the actual gameplay as well, but I'm not 100% certain on that. Right, we've got some bingo. So over in your chats now, we have a lovely little link there. Head on over, sign on up to the game, and I will explain how it works. If you haven't played it before, that is, of course. So every single player will get a unique grid of 16 squares with clubs, players, countries, competitions, awards. We then all get the same list of 60 players revealed one after the other. We get 10 seconds to work out whether they match one of the squares. If they match one of the squares, click it. If not, let the time run out or skip. There may be the situation where a player matches more than one square and you just have to choose one of them. You can't click on a square again once you've already set it in. Once you've locked it in, that answer is there, it's locked out, you can't put another player there, you can't undo it, so be careful. What I'll do is I'll give this about another, we're going to say about another 90 seconds to allow people time to sign up as well, and to allow me a chance to catch up on chat. So George, how was I talking? So in a 3-minute break, it doesn't take long to run to the toilet and grab my stuff. So I can then pop stuff in chat. We've also, so because it looks like Zambique is going to be around at about, he said 7:30/8, but I'm assuming, I ask every time whether he's talking Central European time or British Summer Time. I'm going to assume he means Central European time, which means in about half an hour or so, we're going to be playing our round of 32. Yes, round of 32 FMNL Super League game. So I've actually just saved the AC Milan save. After bingo, we'll head on over. We'll take a look at the squads we're going to be using for the next round and talk a little bit about plans in preparation for that game. So yes, Crobo, I sit there, I laugh quietly. I'm a little bit of a kind of laugher rather than a laugh out loud kind of game. That's just the way it is. Hervon's in. Welcome in, Hervon. Lovely to see you, my dude. It is true up front, I have no beard. It was shaved off for charity last weekend. As you're over on YouTube, after this stream, if you head on over to the live tab, there is the full VODs of all 3 days. A 36-hour challenge squeezed into 3 days, raising money for the incredible Gamers Outreach. A fantastic charity and very much worth looking into. So Johnny Trotter says college football dynasty is as close as it gets, but with a recruitment focus. There we go. DM Basis says there's an ice hockey one, there's a baseball one, but can't think of an American football one. Right, current round is round of 64. Perfect. So let's play the game now, shall we? We will start, because it's the same players in the same order. I will generally take it slow, maybe ignore some of the early ones there. So it's the current round. There are 64 players, and therefore it is called the because the round of 16, which is eight matchups. Yep, okay, yes, that's me being dumb. So yeah, there's 64 players remaining. So there's 32 ties, which is what I was looking at or thinking about at that particular point. If I win my matchup, we will be playing Sai Maggio in the next round, which could be quite exciting as well. I did play Sai Maggio in the match of the delay, so there's a chance that he might get some revenge for games that I don't think ever quite made it out into public. Right, on to Andre Guardado. I've only vaguely paid attention. I probably could have used Perlo up on a better choice there. We've got Glenn Johnson, Portsmouth legend and toilet seat thief, Glenn Johnson. What a weird story that was. Why did a Premier League footballer on like crazy money as well, as on like 80 grand a week or something, I think, why did he need to steal a toilet seat? I'm reprising the role of Kevin Keegan, doing both club and national manager. Exactly. Right, Thomas Mounier. Thomas Mounier has played for a few clubs. I can't think of which ones off the top of my head right now. So, Miguel Nadal. Miguel Nadal. I'm not sure if he matches any of those either. Right, so Amadou Onana, quite famously, isn't Andre Onana. So let's get that one locked in. Oh, this is single S Moussa Dembele. If it's single S Moussa Dembele, does that mean it's the Celtic one? It's too late anyway. None of that really mattered in the end. So I think that was the Celtic Moussa Dembele, not the Tottenham Moussa Dembele. Eric Garcia. Guessing I feel more comfortable with there being Barcelona players coming up that I'll be able to remember. Now, did Hanana... No, I'm thinking of Ramirez was the one that went to the Chinese top division, who I really quite liked. Big fan of Ramirez. I enjoyed watching him play. Joe Cole, I'm going to skip on that one. Gareth Barry, legend. Also probably done some... I mean, I'm very critical of all the dodgy shit that people have done. I'm certain Gareth Barry has probably done something awful in his life, but I will forgive him for being awesome for Villa. Now, is this Ronald Koeman just as a player? Or are we allowed to pick based on his management as well? I mean, I'm not going to play it because I don't want to risk it, but it's a reasonable question to ask, right? Right, Davy Klaassen, I don't think he matches any of those, so I'm going to skip those. Vitor Bayer as well. Yeah, we'll let that one run. Matches Delict. So that's another skip. I have no idea. When it comes to this, the date of birth, unless I've got time to look up which Pedro that is, I've got no hope of working out where that belongs in the grand scheme of things. Freddie Lundberg. Romeo Lavia. I'm going to skip on that one as well. Henrik Mkhitaryan. I always get Mkhitaryan and Gundogan confused as well, so I'm going to skip that one there. Martin Caceres, we can play. Alexis Sanchez. Did Chile... I'll play it. What does it matter in the grand scheme of things? Stefan de Vrij. I'm going to let that one go, though. Dougie Luiz, what a quality player. Brazilian and Man City. He never played a competitive game for Man City. He was contracted to them, but didn't have a work permit. I wonder if whether that counts or not. I wonder whether that counts. Too late to stick on it. We can let that one run. Idrissa Gana Gay. Love that man. But we're going to, well, apart from some of his views, but we're going to let that one run. Same with Ismail Assar. Filippo Inzaghi. We're going to let that one. Daniel Maldini. Lionel Messi. Do I feel confident there are going to be other Barcelona? I feel like I've got a better chance of recognising other Barcelona players than I do of working out which players were at Enrique teams at the time that Enrique was there. Jose Antonio Reyes. Let that one go. Oh, he was in the Euro squad, wasn't he? Kalulu. Dybala. Ben Rama. Ricardo Pereira. Mathieu Soule. Ashley Cole. Alvaro Morata. He would have been too young for the Euros, right? Must have been too young for the Euros. Zaniolo, Lukaku. Now I'm going to regret not going for some of these in the past. Alderweireld, Arkadiusz Milik, Danny Carvajal. I don't think he was in the squad for the Euros, so we're letting that one run. Luis Figo. I'm taking him on Barcelona there. The legend that is Adriano. Yeah, I can believe that he ended up in China at some point. I don't think he did. Paulo Ferreira. Too early for Portugal winning the Euros. Thierry Henry has won the Euros. Carlos Tevez, Lothar Matthäus. That's okay. I think I'm not too unhappy with that. I'm not too unhappy with that. And there we have it. Bloody Crudmo comes in with a bingo. Well done. I mean, I say bloody Crudmo. Fantastic work. Absolutely fantastic work. Herman, you thought you were on the wrong stream. Indeed. We like to play a few games every now and then. Coritiba is happy with that. Decent enough. A solid 12. DM Basis is unhappy with Dybala, denying him a bingo, I'm guessing. But a sensational 15 correct. We have 14 correct from El Norby, VFX Football, Mr. Echo, Gamma Jobber, Mr. Echo, by the way, Draw, and FMGNG. Sensational work there. Bob, again, I don't know who you are, Bob, but you are always up and around the top there. And yet again, a fantastic 13 as well. Hunter Min can never have bingo, he says. It will happen one day. It will happen all day. It might not be today. It might not be tomorrow. But one day it will happen. I've had it once. I think it was on Zim's stream. And that kind of gave me this false sense of confidence that, you know, I might actually be all right at this game. And never again. Never since again. Well done. Jabbit says he was crap, but does give the applause indeed. I just find it impressive, Sarjay. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're not sure that Messi played for Barca. It was a risky move. I have to say, it was a risky move. You thought Dybala won the Copa America? Apparently not. Was he not part of the Argentina side that won it before the World Cup? That's a surprise. No, Herbon, because of the beard. Oh, yeah, I know. It feels weird, doesn't it? It's weird. It's weird. Quadmo is the standard to which we all aspire. For bingo. Exactly, for bingo. So Dybala was out injured for it. There we go. And Zerachol has now come in. He joins the list of third places there. We have got so many on 14 correct answers there. Incredible work, guys. Incredible work. Now let's head on over and see where things are with the FMNL Super League. So a little bit of whiplash going on here, right? A little bit of whiplash. We're moving from AC Milan over to the FMNL Super League, and I'll try and squeeze in as much as I can. Probably be there. So it'll probably be okay. I've had another. He's now saying about 8 o'clock, which I assume is 7 p.m. Cool. There we go. So yeah, about 45 minutes gives us a proper amount of time to kind of look at the team, maybe play another round of bingo, and get the break out of the way so we can head straight into the game once it is up there as well, which will be nice and beautiful. Freaking Emery says Zerachol got Emery on his bingo card. The legend, the greatest manager that has ever been. El Norby had the card played with Pirlo. I was scared to choose Pirlo for it. You were right not to choose Pirlo then, El Norby. I think somebody said last week that they put Lewandowski on played with Lewandowski, and that doesn't count. So you were right. You're right. What a switch. Indeed. Do I have... In fact, I was... Oh, well, okay. Because we've got a nice big squad here. We've got 48 players picked kind of, I think they're all at roughly the same kind of ability level. But so we've got a diversity of play styles that we can consider. Maybe we want to play a little bit more long ball, and so we'll have some players that can play up front and hold up the ball and maybe win headers. Maybe we want to play a little bit more expressive. We'll have good passers and so forth like that. It's a really cool thing that the guys who've organised this have done. They've created this massive squad. We've got loads and loads of options. And so we're going to kind of talk a little bit about what we can potentially do with that. Unfortunately, because I've had to skip between skins without closing down the game, we can't view attributes in the squad page because I'm a bastard that removes them as part of like the back end settings, and that requires a full game reset. So we'll pop into there. I don't think we'll be able to look through all 48 players, but we'll pop into a couple of the profiles of players that are out there. We'll talk a little bit about what I'm thinking for the plans. All right, so Herman's off for dinner. Have a lovely stream. Good evening to you all. Have a wonderful evening, Herman. Thank you very much for popping by. We have Sergio Ramos we can't lose. We don't just have Sergio Ramos. We're probably certain to start him. I love the face pack stuff. Sorry, it sets me off each time. Yeah. So let's take a look through here. We've got a reasonable number of goalkeepers. If we auto select, if we ask the AI to select the best goalkeeper for us, even Providal is considered the best goalkeeper there. He's got excellent reflexes, good kicking, a little bit eccentric. Positioning's okay, 14. Agility's okay, 14. Decisions, concentration. He's a good goalkeeper. His passing's not brilliant. His first touch isn't brilliant, but they're not the things you expect to be great from a goalkeeper. Rushing out 11, one-on-ones 14. Solid, right? Solid. Every time I've done a test with even Providal, he's conceded every single shot on target. That's a slight exaggeration, but yeah, even Providal probably isn't going to be our starter. In fact, of the goalkeepers I like most are David Raya, because he's got this phenomenal agility, good reflexes again, but he's got the rushing out. He's better in terms of his distribution. His aerial reach is a little bit of a concern. His aerial reach, or jumping, his command of air is a bit of a concern. His positioning is a bit of a concern as well. But David Raya is probably my second favourite choice, behind a Natalie Trubin. So Natalie Trubin is just a little bit more agile than Providal by one, a little bit less agile than Raya. His reflexes aren't as good. His rushing out, his one-on-ones aren't perfect, but the aerial reach means that we're going to deal a little bit better at set pieces with him claiming things in the area. His positioning at 15 is one of the best out of the goalkeepers we have. In terms of a combination of positioning and agility, he's the best. If we take a sum of those, he is the strongest out of our goalkeeping options. So surprisingly, probably not the best goalkeeper there, but Providal is going to be the one we're potentially going to use. We have Raya, Leno and Ramos. We can't lose this. But Pirlo has played with Pirlo, but Pirlo hasn't played with Pirlo. You can't, I mean, you can play with yourself. I would recommend against doing that. Do it when you need to, just not whilst you're watching this stream, because that's a little bit weird. You can just play with one of your bros because they use your last name usually. I mean, Pirlo might have played with Pirlo, but he hasn't played. Andrea Pirlo hasn't played with Andrea Pirlo on the pitch. He's not a separate player out there. Yep, so there's no rule about requiring a certain amount of Dutch players. In fact, taking a look through this, I don't think there are any players playing in the Eredivisie. So my guess, and maybe Dutch FM can confirm this, is that because the league phase was all Eredivisie teams, deliberately this squad is filled with players that no one has played with in the competition at all. Because if you had like a couple of Ajax players in here or a couple of PSV players in here, one league might, one of the group stages might have had a slight advantage in knowing how they play within their system. That would be my guess, but I'm not sure. So for the Dutch, it was Trubin or Leno. Went for Trubin because of his penalties. Raya is too small for me. Indeed, played with a sweeper keeper on support. Natalie, who's Natalie Trubin? Did I say Natalie rather than a Natalie? Or did you just not hear me saying the Quite possibly. 11 one-on-ones though. Ryan said with the high lines, it can be risky. It can indeed. But strictly speaking, Lewandowski, Robert did play with Marius Lewandowski, indeed. Right, we made a 100-man squad. FM only accepted 50. There are many midfielders, so we ended up with 48 players. Fair enough. Anatoly Trubin. Well, it's got... Grubmo, shut up. Shut up. So the thinking here is that we're going to be looking at Trubin perhaps as a starter, Raya as a backup. Maybe depending on the adjustments we need to make, we know nothing about Zambeek. We know absolutely nothing about Zambeek, so we can't really do any research. We don't have access to his save games.
Oh, you beauty! What a head, son! What a head!
Oh, you beauty, D-boy. Welcome in, D-boy. Welcome in, Raiders. How are we all doing? How was Holsworthy Albion? let's pop on over and let's expose you to the many chins of Musterman. Welcome in, Raiders. Lovely to see you. We are, in a relatively short time, about to play in the round of 64 in the FM Netherlands Super Cup. So we've got an AC Milan save going on. That is what this stream is about today, but our opponent for this FMNL Super League is only going to be available midstream, so we're just doing a little bit of a pivot. So you've arrived at a good time. We're looking through the squad, making a little bit of plans there. It's lovely to see you all. So let's head on over, and we'll get you up to date. You've turned it up. Good evening, handsome. Oh, D-boy, you are the handsome one. You are the handsome one. So how was the stream? Holsworthy was a standard battering of every pathetic team that dare face us, except Man City. Stupid Haaland. How bad was it? Because that's got to be a pretty good barometer for when it's going to start getting quite tough in terms of when you move up the leagues. You've had some great results against like top sides before as well. So just logged in after quite a few days. Rex. Last weekend, so last Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I was taking part in a charity fundraiser over 3 days for the wonderful Gamers Outreach. Gamers Outreach are a charity that raise money to provide video game access and support to hospitals across US, Europe and Australia for hospitalised children. Pardon me. So as part of the streamathon, donations led to me shaving off parts of the beard until it was all gone. And this community right here are absolutely sensational. They raised $1,360, which is absolutely mind-blowing. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm very proud of each and every one of them. But it does mean that I am currently feeling very exposed. Very exposed. You beat Man City last year, so I wasn't bothered. Fair enough. I ripped it all off in frustration. That's also probably a fair description of the 3-day stream as well. It was 3-2 in the end. That's not bad. Yeah, so that's why we have no beard, which crazy. How much did you say you raised? $1,300. Yes, indeed, $1,360 overall, which is absolutely astonishing. I genuinely. I thought I was being optimistic when I set the original goal for $750, and they smashed through it. Incredible. Yeah, let's talk about the squad, because we've got, my opponent has said roughly 8 p.m, which I believe is Central European time. So we're expecting to play in about 40 minutes or so, and we've literally just started introducing the squad. We've got a massive selection of players from all over the world. So we are going to have a look here. We've got a relatively limited choice of centre-backs. If we're going to be realistic, we've got I'm Eric Laporte, a quality player, really good in the air, great jumping reach, great heading, good at tackling, good at passing, probably one of our slowest options, 11 acceleration, 10 agility, which is something to be considered. We have Sergio Ramos, 37 years old, but still in great physical shape. He's faster than Laporte, jumping reach is a little bit lower, better at heading, better at marking, also has those leadership, the bravery credentials, penalty taking, all things that I think could be very useful. And because this is using versus mode, we don't have to worry about, will Ramos decline during the course of the season? So right now, he is still very much an exceptional defender, which is quite nice. We've got James Tarkowski. James Tarkowski is might be one of the weaker defenders in the squad. Now he's perfectly fine, like good acceleration rates, jumping reach of 14's fine, 17's good at tackling, marking and passing again. Mentally doesn't really, teamwork's good. Don't get me wrong there. He's fine. He's definitely someone we can use, but probably isn't going to be a mainstay. And a large part of that comes down to him dwelling on the ball. No, I'm Eric Laporte. Fabinho is a bit slow, but a great centre back. He is indeed. We've got Yuri and Timber as well. Now Timber, I would consider as more of a right back than a centre back, but What he does have is, because of his flexibility across the back line, he might be useful as a starter if we think that we might have to change between a back four and a back three at various stages. So his flexibility should be good. He's not a player that I'd want as a centre back in a back four. But that flexibility is certainly going to be useful, potentially. Tyrone Mings has the advantage of being left-footed. That's certainly going to be useful. At the moment, we've only had Laporte so far. 15 jumping reach, 16 heading, 15s. All those are kind of good. I love the bravery. It's bravery, leadership, determination. Like Sergio Ramos, he's got a lot of things that I like about him. I don't like the runs with ball down left trait. If I'm playing in a back four, I don't necessarily want my centre-backs deciding that they're going to be a full-back and leave us exposed potentially to the counter, all that rest defence malarkey. We have Juan Foyth. Juan Foyth is another, I would consider him a right back rather than a centre back, but excellent at tackling, excellent bravery, kind of good all round. Like, he's solid. I mean, he's more than solid. He's better than most players I sign. But yeah, I wouldn't consider him as a centre back. Kind of a similar situation to Timber. Probably better as a defensive option compared to Timber, but maybe not as flexible. And then we've got Gvardiol. Gvardiol, again, you're probably looking at maybe more of a left back than a centre back. Jumping reaches, again, a little bit on the low side. Heading is 14s for all of these are okay, but we're going to be up against good players in the attacking space. But he does get forward quite well. Brings that potential flexibility like we're talking about with Timber, but on the other side. So we've got some okay defenders, but not necessarily anyone that feels like they could be really, really dominant. Now that means potentially that we want to play really, really attacking. We're like, okay, maybe we're not convinced that we're going to be able to stop the opposition, so we're going to go for goals. Or potentially we want to play with a back three so that we've got more bodies there in that line to kind of help us. So considerations either way. Like 56 million Ugandan dollars. 2 Zambian kwachas, indeed. Tarkovsky is the token Everton player for Crodmo. George Blood just said, let's make a good Sunday League team that Brexit's all the time. Can't go wrong with that now, can you? You can't go wrong with that. Right, they've clearly not selected correctly. Where's Dwight McNeil? He was too good. That was the problem. He was the problem. Isn't it A as in camera? It is A. Is it A? Aymeric. But there's so Rich, have you seen there's like tweets going back many years where people thought that his name was Eric Laporte and that they'd always call him like he was calling himself I'm Eric Laporte, and that's where that all comes from. Proper Villa. There's quite a few Villa players in here. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving. I meant to write A as in little Aymeric Laporte. Nice to see Sabitzer there, sub for all 11 positions. Indeed. So right back options. Nelson Semedo. He's quick. That's cool. He's quick. He's attacking. Nelson Semedo is probably unlikely to get into the team though, because if you want somebody who's quick and attacking, you're likely to play Jeremy Frimpong because he's quicker and more attacking. And if you want someone who's going to be more defensive, but still gets forward, you're probably going to play Reece James, who's a little bit slower, but a much better all-round player. So between Frimpong and James, probably for the right back spot, unless we're looking at having that flexibility that we spoke about with Timber or Foyth. On the left, our choices are Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw could play in the centre. He seems pretty solid. We don't have to worry. We might have to worry about injuries, but only whilst he's on the pitch, not in terms of like training injuries or anything of that regard. He's a really, really solid player, decent enough pace, great defensively, can get forwards, does a little bit of everything, good in the air as well. So there's a little extra added element there. Or we've got Alberto Moreno, kind of, again, a little bit quicker than Shaw, still good defensively, doesn't have the aerial prowess, a player I'd be quite comfortable with. And Javi Galan, a very, very similar player. In fact, I would say that it's much of a muchness between the like left wing back type options. Moreno and Galan, you could probably do a coin toss on. Luke Shaw will give you a little bit more physicality. Vardyal will give you a bit more defensive security. Oh, I forgot Zinchenko. We do have someone that could potentially invert, good on the ball, good in terms of passing. His only real weaknesses as far as Football Manager is concerned is his positioning. And his finishing, but you're not worried about finishing for a wing back of any sort. He's a little bit slower, but could give some options out there. Reece James, there is indeed. If it isn't a hot dog's favourite streamer, welcome in, Guja. How are you doing, sir? How are you? Crabmo, do you mind giving Guja a shout out? Because if you're not following Guja, you're missing out, right? And I may have missed it. Was there a shout out for D-Boy? I do apologise if we haven't given a shout out to D-Boy. How disgraceful. That is entirely on me, by the way. I'm not blaming you there, Crabmo. I do apologise. Because, I was saying welcome and everything. If you guys aren't following D-Boy, one, you should already be doing that by now. So hopefully we haven't missed out on that opportunity there. But D-Boy is incredible. His Holdsworthy Albion is like a community save that is really, really good to go and watch. So viewers are the players. You can spin a wheel to increase your attributes. It's really, really fun. Worth checking. So both D-Boy plays and the Guja. Great to see. Guja, I haven't managed to drop in properly since the MLS stream, the MLS save has finished. But the fact that Guja could understand the MLS is an achievement beyond most people's wildest dreams. You did do the shout out for D-Boy. Okay, good. Fabulous. Thank you very much. I couldn't see it in my my list of things here. Beautiful. Thank you very much, my dude. We do need a Musterman goal of the season review again. I'll have to drop by for that. Right, so what have we got here? Look at the midfielders we've got. We have got so many midfielders here. Ferguson. Generally speaking, in real life, he's an attacking midfielder that likes to score goals. Great work rate, great aggression, great determination. Could be a good option for somebody like as a central midfielder attack if we need one. Morita. Good, kind of like deep-lying playmaker style. He's got good passing, good first touch. He can do the defensive, he can tackle. He's not so great at marking. He's got good aggression. Possibly okay for a deeper role. But when we're talking about a deeper role, it's Fabinho we're most likely to rely on here. He could play at centre-back. Good jumping. He's jumping reach of 15, heading of 14. He's a little bit faster, a little bit more agile than Laporte, but kind of behind all the rest. But good positioning, aggression, great tackling. His passing is really good as well. I like him as a defensive midfielder, but again, we're talking about flexibility, so that could be very, very useful. Mikel Merino, really, really good at passing. 16 for passing, 16 for vision, 13 for flair. Feels very much like another playmaker-y sort. However, Mikel Merino was part of the Napoli team that sacked me last weekend, and therefore I'm going to hold that against him. Sabitzer, as has been pointed out, super flexible. Look at that positional flexibility. Great mentally. Very much a jack of all trades. There's like long shots is cool, penalty taking is cool, but there's not really much about his technical ability that stands out. And therefore, how we'd consider using him could be a question. Likely to be on the bench, but maybe not called upon. Coop Miners, another player that likes to shoot from distance. Again, free like set pieces wise, he could be quite good. Good passing, okay defensively. He's fine, but probably just not defined enough. I think probably just not quite defined enough in that regards. Thuram is slightly better than a couple of the others in the defensive areas. So 13s for both tackling and marking. The marking is significant to me. He feels very box to box like. He can dribble. He likes to get into opposition to areas. He does play 1-2s. Again, a bit of a jack of all trades. Could have a part to play, but isn't necessarily someone we're going to build around. Pascal Gross, one of our best passers. Good at set pieces. Good movement. So he's slow as F, but he's got really, really good movement, which I quite like. And there are some considerations of how we could potentially use him. In fact, the way that we're likely to use Pascal Gross is as a backup to Hakan Çalhanoğlu, because Hakan Çalhanoğlu is even better at set pieces, even better at passing. Not as good with his movement, but his technical ability should be hugely, hugely useful. If we can have a player that we can feel consistently puts the ball in the right areas from set pieces and still be able to contribute in open play, that feels pretty damn sexy. So Pascal Gross, the backup to Çalhanoğlu. At the moment, currently looking at potentially Fabinho as the more defensive option, Thuram as maybe the more box-to-boxy type player. The more box-to-boxy type player could also be Reinders. Reinders can also dribble, can also pass. Not as good defensively, doesn't have the aggression, but I really like Reinders in real life, and that makes me a sucker for it. That's why I don't like playing with attributes. It's why I like statistics, because the statistics stop me going, but I really like this player in real life. I kind of want to play with him in that regard. I also long live eggs. Long live eggs. Long live eggs. Yeah, long live eggs. I feel like I've missed something. It's a long list. Who doesn't like eggs? Oh, right, we're talking about mayo. Mayo's awful. Mayo's awful. Just you'll need to accept it. Donald, what's going on? I thought we were at AC Milan. Yes, Donald. At the beginning of the stream, I did mention we have the FMNL Super League, which is a competition organised by the awesome guys over in the Netherlands, FMNL. We've got the round of 64. Basically, my opponent is going to tell me when he's available, and we knew that it was going to happen at some point during this stream that we need to switch over to the FMNL. We're looking to be playing in probably around 20 minutes or so.
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, DM bassist. He said, but have you considered that it's not the statistics? And then gifted a subscription to Orion. What a gentleman you are to hear that it's not the statistics. It's not the statistics at all. Not playing without statistics means I'm having to make judgments based on players' profiles, and it feels weird, and it means that I'm probably going to start Reinders just because I like him in real life. Pape Matar, kind of in real life, he'd be a player I'd liken to Thuram, but doesn't have the traits in which to do it, and is just a little bit worse than Thuram in all those regards, so probably not going to be part of our lineup there. We could also, again, we're starting to look at more attacking central midfielders. We've got Yazici here. Yazici is a good creator, not as good in terms of his passing, but better in terms of his close control of the ball and off the ball than Çalhanoğlu, and he's left-footed. And that matters. That is going to matter. There is definitely an element there where we might want to prefer Yazici purely based on that element. Other players that can play centrally, we have John McGinn, another Villa player. John McGinn is not good enough. I love John McGinn. I absolutely adore John McGinn in real life. But he's not good at passing, doesn't make up for it necessarily in his defensive work. Great teamwork, great work rate, great stamina, great determination, some interesting traits, but there are just better players out there. I'd much rather the passing ability of someone like Thuram, or the kind of like the dribbling that we've got with Reinders here, if we're looking at someone from that kind of like box-to-box capacity. More central players. Gonçalves was the other one. Gonçalves, a goal scorer. I don't like Gonçalves as a winger. I don't mind Gonçalves as a winger, but he likes to run with the ball through the centre. His passing isn't necessarily good enough for central areas. His tackling isn't. However, central midfielder on attack or a shadow striker, Gonçalves could be interesting because he's got good off the ball, good finishing, something we could possibly work with there. Çalhanoğlu reminds me of Marcel Desailly, doesn't he indeed? Rex, don't you look at traits when assessing players? I have been, yes. I have been. But that's only part of it. I mainly focus on statistical output, because the statistical output will be a result of their use of traits. There's no point a player having, say, gets into opposition box if during the course of the game he never takes a shot. He never scores goals or anything like that. I mean, great that he has that trait, but if he doesn't end up showing it in performance, it's not really that important to me in the general scheme of things. Right, Ryan's put some halloumi fries on. Come back to get gifted sub. Isn't DM Bassist a star? And halloumi fries, what a great shout. McGinn does have a huge arse though. That is a fair point. A very, very fair point. He's so big arse, Scotland icon, goated player, all ignorable because he's a dirty Hibs bastard. He's a legend. I won't hear any slander against Super John McGinn. But yeah, he's just not good enough for what we want to do. Right, what players have we skipped past? We've skipped past some wingers. We've got Issy Palazon, left-footed, good acceleration, okay pace. We're going to see a lot of this. We're going to see players that like to cut in, that are good at dribbling. Palazon has the advantage of being okay in terms of passing, not so great in terms of teamwork. Alternatively to him, we have Takefusa Kubo, who's again got okay acceleration, not great pace, likes to cut inside. He's got better teamwork, better passing, slightly worse dribbling. We've got players that, you know, it's basically a toss-up. I could be quite happy. They might offer slightly different things, but we're talking about very, very little difference. We're talking marginal here. We've got someone like Leon Bailey, who's super, super fast. So he's much better in terms of that regard. Not so good off the ball, not as much of a creative player. So that would be something that we could use potentially a little bit differently. What were the other left footers we have? We have Sadio Mane. Sadio Mane, I probably consider more as an inside forward. Yeah, he's more of a striker type, someone who's going to impact the goal scoring side of things rather than either being dribbling and hoping to, beat players in that regard, or cutting inside and creating. He's going to be a cutting inside and goal scoring kind of player. I think that's all the... Oh, Talisca's the other left footer. Talisca is described as an attacking midfielder. He's our best player in the team in an attacking sense in terms of jumping reach, heading and strength. So he's quite possibly a target man for us. A man who's got great movement, got great finishing, great in the air, can do some things with set pieces if we needed to. He can pass. He's got okay vision and flair, so he can be like that deep lying forward that links things up. He could play as a shadow striker, getting into the box and arriving late, maybe not getting picked up, which makes it a little bit easier for him to win those headers. So Talisca is a player I very much like. I think you might be able to tell that. Then for right-footed wingers, we have Lucas Ocampos. Lucas Ocampos, we can see this, another player that likes to cut inside. Passing is mid, great movement, great work rate. Certainly we could do something with him there. Inaki Williams, he's got the Leon Bailey factor. That is, he's super fast, not as refined in terms of like the passing and creativity side of things. But now we've got a really fast right foot, a really fast left footer. So that gives us some options there. Takumi Minamino, more of a creative player. He doesn't like to cut inside, which I find kind of interesting. His crossing is okay, but not great. But this is a player who could play both ways, which is quite useful. The reason why I'm talking about all these guys that can cut inside is because it sometimes limits what we can do with the fullbacks, because if everyone's cutting inside, we kind of need players that are going to keep the width on the outside somewhere along the line. Takumi Minamino is a player that can hold width, and that could be very, very valuable. Anthony Gordon, another man with pace, another cut inside, again, kind of mid when it comes to creativity. Then we have Mbolo. I would consider Mbolo as a striker. He can play out wide. Now, he's got good jumping. He's one of our better options in terms of being a target forward type of player. 14s for jumping and heading. Great strength, good movement as well. So he could kind of be more of that physical player up front, which I quite like. Danny Welbeck could also be that kind of player. Again, 14s for jumping and heading, slightly less on the strength, just 14 there as well. Good movement, kind of holds things up. Does still have the pace. He does like to move into channels. So as a complete forward kind of player, quite interesting. Certainly that is quite interesting. Then we've got Luis Openda. Luis Openda has great pace up front, much more of your traditional advanced forward. I like the idea of that. We've got Gonçalo Ramos as well. He's probably more along your pressing forward lines because of his work rate. He doesn't have that elite pace. He's not that great in the air. He's good in the air. Just not enough that's going to stand out. He's kind of a perfectly fine all-round striker, but no, I would prefer Welbeck in that regard over Ramos, which is probably a little bit of a damning indictment. And then we've got João Pedro. João Pedro is kind of more along the Luis Openda rate. He's a little bit slower, not as much of a physical presence. He does like to get onto the ball, which is quite cool. So you could have him in a capacity where he's dropping a little bit deeper and running at the defence, but maybe isn't going to be the person that leads the line. That's essentially where we're thinking there. We've got some booing for Anthony Gordon. Are we going for 5-5-0? If we get a win in the first leg, we are almost certainly going 5-5-0 for the second leg. So what's up with the faces, Ryan? So when you use versus mode, players get created entirely new. So it takes a snapshot of the player at the time that the versus mode team is created. So it doesn't take the attributes from the database, and it creates them as a new player. In this case, like Takefusa Kubo, has ID number 51. Now, in the normal game, ID 51 just so happens to already be taken up. And that's why we then get the face pick packs of other players. Or in some cases, there are no face pack at all. Who was someone that didn't have one? Bergson did, Zinchenko. Dan. Or you don't get a face pack at all. So you get this weird thing where if you've got a face pack, it's gonna do some funky things. Gonçalo Ramos looks a lot more like Michael Reisiger than I'd realised. He does indeed. So Yigit says Lucas Torreira's just scored a header. All 5'5" of him. That'll do. I mean, to be fair, if the delivery is in the right place and the player makes the right run, it doesn't matter how tall you are to score headers. It's sometimes a little bit easier when you're tall enough, if you need to battle against someone. So, that's the squad. Here's the thoughts. The thoughts are taking a little bit of an inspiration from what won the CONCACAF Champions Cup in last week's charity event, is to go with a 3-4-3. A 3-4-3 with a couple of attacking midfielders, one who holds up the ball and takes more risks, one who gets forward. And that means that we'd be looking at the wing-backs providing the width. We're going to run with the meta idea of double defensive midfielders, one that tackles harder, another that tackles harder. So none of them looking to get forwards. Our front five comes as a result of the wing-backs. We'll look at one player in the back line being a ball-playing defender to help break those lines if need be, without sacrificing the security that comes. Let me just make sure that I've got this in. So you can see, I'll do that first. When I look at these, I need to know what the meta is to work against it. So we have the meta here. This might be what we... No, it's not. The meta would have attackers here, defensive midfielders on support. I might not have saved it correctly. That's all right. Let's talk a little bit about the meta. I think we've got the instructions vaguely right there. The meta from a 4-2-3-1 would look something a little bit like this. Inside forwards would be told to hold up the ball. Fullbacks would be told to dribble, to stay wider, dribble more, cut inside, cross from byline, or something along those lines. The defensive midfielders, one would be told to hold position, the other would be told to dribble more. Both ball-playing defenders would be told to dribble more. The attacking midfielder moves into channels and advance forward. And the idea is you play really narrow. You select basically everything. Every single instruction you possibly can, and you don't invite crosses. These are the out of possession. High lines, much more often, get stuck in, step up more. And it's all about flooding these central areas, trying to win the ball high, break with quick transitions. That's generally what we're expecting most teams are going to be playing. We might only play Zambique, we might get knocked out in this round, but if we don't, we're going to expect probably to see some kind of variation on the meta every stage. What we're going with here is going to be a little bit more basic. We're going to be narrow, but not quite as narrow. Nothing in terms of our approach play, nothing in terms of our passing directness, but we are going to play at a high tempo. So we're going to look to get the ball forward still in a very, very similar fashion. We're going to look to run at defense because teams aren't great at tackling in this game, and that's an opportunity to potentially, we might be turning on play for set pieces. Kalanoglu might be part of the team. We might want to encourage creating situations where we can win free kicks, or otherwise take a player out by beating them. Low crosses, because low crosses are the most effective. That's very much part of the meta as well. So George, ain't that just the FM World Champs tack? Because unsurprisingly, the FA Cup, the FIFA World Cup was going to be won by a lot of teams playing to the meta. So it is very, very, like, I think you'll find that if you go over to FM Arena, like the top 20 tactics all have the exact same kind of settings, but they might be one has an advanced forward, one has a pressing forward, one is in a 4-2-4, one is in a 4-2-2, and so forth. So counter press, counter distribute quickly, exact same thing. We want to always counter press because we do. Counter, we're looking to move quickly. They all kind of make sense. I might take distribute quickly off if we take the lead and kind of actually look to slow things down a little bit. Out of possession, we're going to drop down to a mid block. So we're not going to have very high defensive line. We're not going to push everything quite up. We are expecting players to play. I expect Nico Williams, Inaki Williams. I expect Lewis Openda to focus to feature quite a lot. Though that kind of player. So I want our lines just a little bit lower, but not too low. So that means we're going to press a little bit less as well. And again, we've got a big gap. We've got 7 in our half, only 3 up top. So I don't want us getting sucked out of position too much. We're going to get stuck in because we need to win the ball. Prevent short goalkeeper distribution. We're going to see how that goes. So generally speaking, when I have prevent short goalkeeper distribution on, it's because I want to encourage the opposition to kick the ball long, right? The whole idea is when it's a goal kick, our players are up high, and that encourages them to send it into our 3 centre-backs. If they're going to play out of the back regardless, if they're still able to play through us because we've only got 3 up top, this will come off, and that will allow us to sit back into our mid-block a little bit earlier as well, which will be cool. Nothing here currently in terms of trapping and cross engagement. That might be something we have to adapt as we go into the game that's coming up. Now, that game should be in about 8 minutes. Zambeek isn't back online right now, so not fingers crossed. My thoughts right now. Yes, I changed to a regular wing back on the left as well. Is that we would have a squad that will look something like. Oh, can I remember who I was going for? I think I was going for. Is it Ramos? It was Ramos, Mings in the middle, Gvardiol out on the left. We're going to have Jeremy Frimpong in this capacity. We're going to look at Galan there. Fabinho in midfield alongside, unsurprisingly, Reinders. I've spent a long time talking about how much I love Reinders. Kalanoglu in the creative role. Talisca arriving late to win those headers. And then between Openda and Mbolo for their role up front. Mbolo gives us a little bit more of a physical presence. And that means that when it comes to free kicks, we've got Ramos, Mings, Gvardiol, Fabinho, Talisca and Mbolo as targets. And also as players that can help us defend there. So we're kind of all right with that regard. Frimpong, obviously, he's going to be very, very aggressive. Gallon is a little bit more restrained. He's defensively okay, but isn't great. But once you've got a back 5, we're kind of absolutely fine in that regard. Fabinho, they're both exactly the same, but Fabinho is going to be the more disciplined, so he's on the side of Frimpong. And that means that potentially with Reinders pushing forwards, we can flood this area as well. And it's been pretty decent. I think I had running tests up against the meta, I think I had roughly about a 30 to 40% win rate, which generally speaking has been good. Against the meta, I'm lucky if we get 33%. And you've got to remember that there'll be draws and stuff in those tests as well. Right, we've got the break coming up. So let's, yes, we will head into the break. So talking about George, putting Ramos in the middle will make absolutely no difference. I like Mings being central because it stops him from running down the left as well. Yes, Sambeek said it's going to be 8 o'clock, so we'll go on the break. When we come back, he should be here. I'm not going to wait on him and then end up all out of sync. So I will see you guys in about 3 to 4 minutes. And we're back. We're back. So, yeah, generally speaking, this is likely to be the squad that we look at. I do need to make sure that I have a goalkeeper on the bench. That would be David Raya, probably over Sabitzer there. We probably look at a bench, something like James, because he could play both inverting or out attacking the width. Same goes for Zinchenko. Tarkowski, because we've only got one right-footed centre-back. Thuram kind of can do a little bit of both, but there may be the likelihood that we look at Morita or Merino to have a bit more defensive stability as an option off the bench. Gross in that role. In fact, actually, sorry, yes. Yes, I would probably more likely here have Morita as that deep playmaker that can do the defensive stuff reasonably well. Gross as an alternative to Çalhanoğlu. Inaki Williams for some pace that can play behind the striker or up front. Lewis Openda again is both that pace and kind of okay enough in terms of strength. Openda is potentially going to be a starter as well, so we're likely to react accordingly depending on what we see going on in the games. So yeah, Tarkowski doesn't get in the starting lineup because he is objectively the weakest of our centre back options. If you exclude Timber and Foyth as centre back options, if you view Timber and Foyth as right backs, Tarkowski is the weakest centre back. If you view Foyth and Timber as centre backs, then Tarkowski isn't. So there we go. There's some compromise. But even the game tends to agree. So if we were to quick pick here instead, we'd have a slightly different team. We'd have the same centre backs there. James and Zinchenko would come in. Merino would be in the defensive midfield position. Inaki Williams as the striker, and Gross over Çalhanoğlu potentially. So my judgment isn't necessarily good. Tarkowski doesn't even make the bench though. So Tyrone Mings, yes, Tyrone Mings is a good defender. I know it's hard for you to accept. And I get it. He has a mistake in him. In real life, he has he's guaranteed a mistake every game. But it's a little bit like Leon Bailey as well. Leon Bailey in Football Manager is great because he's quick and he can dribble, whereas in real life he's very, very inconsistent, and I wouldn't want him necessarily in the squad. John McGinn, on the other hand, does everything, and I'd love him in the squad in real life, but in FM, meh. So it's just one of those things. Right, you asked, when did I upload the Klopp video? That's been up for about a month now. So the counterclass series is allows Patreons to submit their saves, and the idea is to look at specific opposition that you struggle against. So rather than looking at just generally at tactics, zeroing in on a single game where things work, but maybe there's one opposition that always pisses you off, just always seems to get one over on you. And in this particular one, we were looking at Atalanta versus Internazionale, who are managed by Klopp. And so you can look at how Klopp sets up. We look at the data behind the players in that Inter Milan side that he's been managing, and how we can just make small adjustments to keep the essence of our tactic, but nullify the threat that he brings. So Rich says, McKinn did well for you as an advanced playmaker in the first season. Second season, he's been a bit disappointing. Yeah, I find I've always found that he struggles to consistently perform over time, unfortunately. Like, he'll have great moments, and he can have those moments. I've quite liked him as a wide midfielder. A wide midfielder with like some player instructions that are kind of defensive minded, with like a fullback bombing on to provide the width on that side. So kind of a little bit like he did play for Emery in the first season, in fact. But just never find he has that consistency in game to put in. He goes missing quite a lot, gets a lot of yellow cards. The game doesn't quite manage to simulate his arse properly. But there we go. That's the situation with it, really. So Ryan, you've watched enough English football recently. Too many shitbags who won't go into tackles. Need some proper footballers. Now this is where the Duncan Ferguson love is coming in now. Lots of Duncan Ferguson love coming in. Duncan Ferguson, I mean, he's he's certainly a character. The less said, the better. Right, let's see. Zambeek isn't online right now. That's all absolutely marvellous. What I am going to do though is I'm gonna set up the game at least. So we'll need to do this in versus mode. I can be there for the very first thing. So it's going to be a 1v1. It is extra time and penalties. It is 5 subs from 9. And this is going to be called the Zambeek Cup now. We pop that to anyone online, and I'm going to create a password. And thankfully, it doesn't show the password, which is nice. So we can do that there. We'll create the competition. The team that we're importing here is the FML NL Knockouts one. We had that export for Feyenoord in the previous rounds. So that gives us nice and there. Does it not ask me to change the name of the team at any point? Because it already exists, right? Okay, so yeah, I can't rename. We have a character specifically for this, Johan as Musterman. And then hopefully we can, once Zambeek is online, he'll be able to jump into it relatively quickly, which should hopefully speed up the process a little bit. Cool, that's there. Let me pester him. So game setup. Zambeek Cup and password. And I'm not going to say the password out loud as I type it, because that would be very, very silly. So hopefully we're not going to be sticking around waiting for him too long, but we don't know exactly, which means, what that means is we have got a little bit of a spot for some bingo by my reckoning. So why don't we go and play another round of bingo? So over in your chat now, guys, over in your chat, there's a link to play bingo. If you haven't played bingo before, it's really, really simple. Every single player is going to get themselves a unique bingo card with 16 squares. In those squares will be clubs or countries or competitions or awards or players that you may have played alongside. We all then get the same list of 60 footballers, revealed one after another. We get 10 seconds to decide whether they match one of the criteria on that bingo card. If they do, click on it. Maybe they match more than one. You just need to pick one. If they don't, click skip or wait for the 10-second timer to run out. Once you've selected a square, that square is locked. You can't undo it. You can't put another player in there. Your goal is to try and get all of your squares filled correctly. We occasionally have a bingo in here. Crudmo, in the very last round, got himself all 16 correct. And I think that brings us up to maybe about 5 or 6 that have been managed to get bingo across things. So don't expect to get them all right. There was no shame to not knowing them. You know, I've certainly had games round on here where I've got less than half correct. I've had games here where I've got all but one right. And, you know, it's all a little bit of fun. But that fun does result on points onto this lovely little scoreboard that's beneath me. The way I cover it is the person that gets finishes top gets 5 points, second gets 4, third gets 3, fourth gets 2, fifth gets 1, and we keep a little record. We keep a record for all time, as you can see beneath us, and we keep a record weekly. But this has been the first stream of the week, so there are no weekly scores that have been updated accordingly. So yeah, we will give it about a minute, 90 seconds to head on in, and then we'll start the game. So how many points for 12th, RJ? I'm feeling generous. RJ has just earned himself a bonus point just for the sheer cheek of it and a little bit of pity. So there's a Duncan Ferguson autobiography coming out. I can't even imagine what the stories are likely to be like. They are probably going to be quite horrendous. I do realise that whilst we're doing that, I need to pop on over to Yancha as well, which is the Dutch website that is kind of hosting some of this stuff. I can never work out where I need to go from here. There we go. So I just needed to pop on over there. We can head on back over to the bingo screen, just in case he comes along relatively soon now. Most unlikable man in football. I mean, oh, is that the Gary Neville show? Right, okay. The overlap is, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the overlap. Just, I don't know, it feels so forced. No, nothing about it feels like those people naturally wanted to have a conversation with one another at any point naturally. But there we go. Right, quick, somebody try 1 2 3 4 5. I mean, it's an obvious password, but it's not that. I can tell you that much. You should say it so we can watch it in the FM24 game. If only that was the way we could do it. If only that's the way we could do it. Right, cool. We're ready to start. So let's head on in. Game will count down. Again, for those that haven't played before, I basically will take the first few questions slower than I normally would, because we all get them in the same order. I don't want to give you guys a bit of a sneak peek. And we start off with Daniel van Buiten, a quality defender that I'm going to just let run out. We're going to also probably let Georgie Hadji run through too. So Rich, I can hear an ambulance siren. Is it local to me or coming through on your stream? I can't hear it, but I have headphones in. I can't hear one now. I think it's local to you, Rich. Surely Joey Barton is the most unlikable man in football. He most definitely is. He most definitely deserves that title. Right, now I'm going to start paying attention. I wish I paid attention when we had Çalhanoğlu up there, because I suppose at least when Turkish names come up, they tend to be kind of obvious. Right, do we have World Cup winner Craig Bellamy, obviously. Luca Toni. I'm not sure. I don't think Luca Toni's played for any of those, so we can let that go. Sergio Reguilon. I can't tell you who he was at before Brentford, or any of his loans whilst at Tottenham, so that one can run through. Sven Bent. Now I always get Lars and Sven mixed up, but I don't think that makes any difference anyway with the options that are here. One of them was managed by Tuchel. I just can't remember which one. Kieran Trippier, Atletico Madrid. Nope, that's Monaco. Kevin Volland. He's Dutch, so we could go with that one. Is he Dutch or is he German? He might be German. Oh well. Ivan Perisic. Has he won the Champions League? He's played for some very, very good teams. It's quite possible he has. Andre Guardado, a Football Manager legend. Can I remember the teams he's played for? I certainly don't feel confident with it, that's for sure. Blaszczykowski, there certainly has to be some crossover with Tuchel there, so we'll run with that. Perisic did with Inter, I think that was my thinking as well, Rich, but I'm trying to work out if the timelines are right for that. Memphis Depay, Dutch and Barcelona. David Calabria, I'm letting that one run. Welcome in, by the way. I'm going to guess to pronounce that Kernherns. I'm certain that's going to be wrong, but that's how it's referred to now. Welcome in, my dude. We're just playing a little bit of bingo whilst we wait on an opponent for upcoming PvP game, which we're meant to start about 15 minutes or so ago. So we might be waiting a little while, and then after that PvP game, we've got a save going on over in Italy, where we're currently with AC Milan. I'm not being able to focus on this at all. I'll just let these run. I don't need to get any right. That's absolutely fine. So yeah, we're currently in at AC Milan. We spent 4 seasons in Finland with IFK Mariehamn. Did quite well with Finland. That was absolutely fantastic. We then moved on to Darmstadt in Germany in the Zweite Bundesliga, got them promoted, got them into Europe, and then decided we kind of reached our level with them. And now we stepped down from Darmstadt, and this is our first season with Milan. We're about 10 games into the season, and we're doing all right. We're top of the league. We've just drawn against Barcelona in the Champions League, a 0-0 draw at home, which is a little bit of a disappointment. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie, but we're doing all right. We're generally speaking a pretty solid side so far. So welcome on in. I hope you enjoy. But yeah, for the time being, we're in a little bit of limbo when it comes to the FMing tonight. Right, Emre Chan, I've missed so many of these. Right, skip there. Leonardo Bonucci. Must have won the World Cup, right? Must have won the World Cup. Andrea Schürrle, we're going to skip. Cristante, we're going to skip. Andrea Bellotti, I'm going to skip. Buongiorno, I'm also going to skip. Okay, are we going to get some players that I feel confident with anytime soon? Jan Koller, I'm not confident with. Patrick Berger, quality player. Quality player that once played for Aston Villa, so we can play that one. Harry Maguire, must have played with Lukaku at Man United. Olin Watkins plays for a European Cup winner. Does that count? That counts, right? Jan Oblak. I'm letting that one. Oblak was at Benfica at one point, wasn't he? And Handanovic could have been at any of those teams at some point as well, to be fair. I'm not feeling confident with these whatsoever. Robbie Keane, Edgar Davids. I always assumed that Davids came up through Ajax, but that could have been PSV. Chancellor Mbemba, just because he's Belgium, I'm going with that one. Raul Meireles. Are we going to say that he came through at Benfica? Let's go with it regardless. Lisandro Martinez. Bojan Kirkic. Mauro Icardi. Lucas Podolski. I'm not feeling good on any of these so far. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. Strahinja Pavlovic. Is Pavlovic at Monaco? I'm going with Monaco there. Natalie Trubin. Mark Overmars. Did he ever end up at PSV at some point? We'll let that one. He maybe came from there. I don't know. I just, we'll just have to let it be. Samuel Umtiti, Sami Khedira, Frank Rijkaard. We'll go with European Cup winner. Kylian Mbappe, and then famous PSV striker Miroslav Klose. I think we're doing well. Right, cool. So Zambeek is going on right now, which is marvellous. As a 12er. A 12er is bad, but we've got some excellent results there. Look at Fuller FM, Andror, and Crodmo all getting 15 correct, which is sensational. Absolutely sensational. Johnny Trotter just one behind on 42. Hunter Min says he was shit. Coritiba had a shit board. RJ had a shit board. I felt my board was horrible as well. So I think we've all been done unfairly. And realistically, we deserve to... I think we all in spirit got bingos. That's how it works in my head, right? How are you supposed to know who played in the Scottish League, for example? I mean, I feel the same way about the Belgian League, RJ. But I could get that once. And no, I'm joking. It's all good. Yeah, some sensational work there. G&G with 13 creeps into the top. Well, I don't say he doesn't creep into the top 5. He's got 2 more than 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. But some fabulous work there. Right, let me pop on over. Do we have a challenge? We do indeed. I need to get this web page translated. Oh, I don't need to check in. That's marvellous. That's cool there. So Zambeek has messaged to say that he's going on right now, which is cool. So let's pop on over to stream main. So Ryan, that's the only question I'd get right. You put Balotelli for the UEFA Cup winner. Might have had my timings off. It's a fair guess. But Bonucci no World Cup win shocks me. I'm so bad, Guja, at remembering. Like, we know that you go back to like the 2006, 2008. You kind of know which countries won, but I can never remember whether it's World Cups or European Cups. I just remember that Greece won Euro 2004 and no other international competition has mattered since then. Right? That's how it goes. That's how it goes, in my head at least. So George, you did do well. Well done, sir. A joint 11th with Guja. Nice work, sir. Nice. The DM basis is about 20 seconds behind, so you missed a few players and had a shocker with the rest. Ah, right, okay. Is it? Let me see if I do this, I'll see how long. There does seem to be a bit of a delay. Yeah, okay. I've got a delay, and I'm in the same room as me with about 5. And there we go. Fuller has been tied. So Fuller, Draw, and Crodmo have been tied by Zerachul. Zerachul is not willing to let Crodmo escape. Beautiful stuff. God damn, was sure Mex has had a Euros. I don't think he got many French caps. Did he, Mexes? I'm not sure. You couldn't tell you who won a UEFA competition apart from West Ham and Fiorentina in the conference. Exactly. Same here. Mexes tripped up Fuller as well. Thought he played for Marseille. I would, if I had Marseille on my board, I would have done the same thing. But it was Auxerre, wasn't it? It's that Auxerre team of that era. You had Jean-Alain Boumsong as well. Yeah, I would have made exactly the same thing. So Rich is the other way around. You've got a really good memory for international competitions, less so for the UEFA club tournaments. Okay, I'm pleased to say, Rich, I'm not the other way around. My knowledge of UEFA club tournaments is rubbish too. I'm just rubbish at all competition knowledge and country knowledge and club knowledge and player knowledge. So it's you think it's the web browser. You use Opera GX, fair enough. So draws out of players, but I'm happy with the result. A great result draw. 15 right is absolutely sensational. Absolutely sensational. Steve Mead, my boy got the Animal House treatment. 0 points. 0. I mean, 0 is all right. It's the part that takes part. You didn't get 0. That's a lie. That's a lie. I can quite clearly see that you got 1. And that all counts. Right, so we're just waiting on Zambique now. It's got the details. I do appreciate that can take a little bit of time getting in and on, so hopefully there. No comments since. But yeah, so we kind of have an idea of what we're going to be doing. Probably going to start with that 3-4-3. Those instructions are going to carry on through different formations. We do have a variation with a 4-3-3 and with a 4-2-2-2, but we're going to stick to the same style, I think. I say that, we might end up 2-0 down inside 5 minutes, and we'll have to go to kind of the systems that we were using in the group stage. The Moneyball Clinic version is a little bit more meta-friendly, or maybe something Unai Emery coded as we were doing. So we'll see how it goes. So Zerachul versus the Crudmo is 1-1-1 today. Can live with that. That's if you can at least tread water in terms of overall points, that will absolutely do all right. Okay, so just figuring it out. 1 second. No worries. There he is. There we go. We've got the manager in. Beautiful. So Coritiba, you only know Coritiba well enough to bingo. That's perfectly reasonable. I've even struggled with Villa at times. Boomsong went to Newcastle for a big fee and was dreadful. He was. Newcastle had a run of really bad fortune when it came to signing defenders around that time. Titus Bramble, amazing at Ipswich, absolutely shocking when it came to Newcastle. Right, let me wish Zambique good luck. We look to be ready to go, so we can pop on in. So here we go. You're pretty sure that Boomsong was some sort of tax dodge for Rangers? That I mean, everything in that era was some sort of tax dodge for Rangers, wasn't it? Let's be fair. Can we do the one last bingo before the stream ends? We might well be able to, George. We might well be able to. We'll see how things go. I expect we'll do one after these games. Sorry, let me type this so I know what it's called. Yeah, probably do one, and then we'll pop back over to the AC Milan save. I imagine we might only get a couple more games in over an AC Milan, maybe like we'll certainly get the Inter game in, maybe one or two after that. So there's definitely plenty of time for some bingo in there. Okay, I can cancel that there, and let's set ourselves up. So we've got Marv Ball, 3-4-3, which is what we think we're starting with. We've then got Marv Ball 4-2-4 and Marv Ball 4-3-3. So again, it's exactly the same in terms of instructions, but the roles change a little bit. I do like this narrow setup in the 4-3-3. It's not a 4-2-2-2, it's a 4-2-4, where we might have a pressing forward go underneath. And that I think we might need to use really when chasing the game. And it's going to be largely about getting Talisca much higher up because of his ability in the air. I think if I quick pick and then clear subs. So we've got Ramos, Mings, Guardiol, Fabinho. This time they've put Coop Miners in the back there. I think I'm actually going to chicken out of Reinders as a start. I'm going to put Turan in there. We've got Çalhanoğlu there. We've got a Penda. What do we know? They're suggesting maybe a 4-3-3. Yeah, I'm going with a Penda. And then that goalkeeper. Got to remember that. Trubin would be in that role there. Raya on the bench. Tarkowski on the bench. Got even more positions. I've got to remember to change that. Frimpong, Galan. So it's James. It's Zinchenko because of their flexibility. Thuram on the bench, which means we in the starting lineup. So Reinders on the bench. Morita potentially on the bench. Gross. Where's Gross? Gross is there. Naki Williams for pace. And then Mbolo as kind of like a more physical presence. We will run through these bits here. So we're going to be using the same kind of setups that we've been using throughout the tournament. So we've got the edge, which brings us at 2 players on the edge of the area to kind of try and hopefully deal with those second balls. We have our setup here where we have players in the near zones, a gap for the goalkeeper, a player back there, and then we will swap where the player on the post is. If it looks like they're going to the far post, we'll move him to the far post. Otherwise, we'll keep it the near post where generally speaking the meta is perceived to be. For our attacking routines, we've got the train that I've kind of enjoyed it. It hasn't been effective, but I like the idea of having all these players attacking the ball from the edge of the area. So we're going to have it aiming at the far post. I'm going to, though, ask for my best player to lurk. So we'll pop him on, go forward so we can put our best creative player near side. And that the extra player to the far side if we need, no. The extra player in the center. So there will be one extra there potentially if the numbers are right. And then we'll duplicate that routine. And there'll be an option that goes to the edge of the area. The edge of the area will be less often. And I don't want it in swinging. I actually want it out swinging. That should make the ball out to the edge of the area a little bit easier. So that's the thought. That's the thought that we're running with. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So Quadmo said the exact same. Like every Rangers transfer up to about 2012. Exactly. Good old Titus Shambles. I felt so bad for Titus Bramble. He was such a good player at Ipswich. Such an incredible player at Ipswich. Looked like he was really going to develop into a top quality defender. Went to Newcastle and everything just kind of fell apart. Like absolutely ruined as a player. Then went to Sunderland and kind of was okay, but like couldn't escape the reputation. So George, you thought it would end after these games, right? Okay, yeah. So I mean, it's an AC Milan stream. You just can't quite tell. It's camouflaged in the middle. But the plan is I really want to crack on as much as possible with AC Milan as we can. Because yeah, it's been like as I was setting up earlier on before the stream generally started, I genuinely had to kind of get back into the rhythm of knowing what was going on. It's been like 10 days since I'd opened the AC Milan save, and that felt weird. So you read something, there's an allegation of something dodgy with that transfer in Souness. Okay, all right. Your comment wasn't entirely a joke. He was meant to be signing for Liverpool. His agent was Scottish, negotiated a big fee with Rangers, was here for 6 months, then went down to Newcastle and Souness 6 months later for 38 million. 8 million, surely, not 38 million. I love the idea of Boomsong being 38 million. That'd be incredible. That would be absolutely incredible. Oh shit. Oh shit. I've accidentally opened Cakewalk. There we go, we've closed that down. It's kind of evergreen for those Newcastle teams, though. Players that ended up busts, their best days behind them, injured. But you also had some great players around that time as well. I mean, that, as far as I'm concerned, that's the Nobby Solano era. And Nobby Solano is one of the... I don't know. It's weird calling Nobby Solano fun, right? Because he had a great delivery on him. He wasn't like a great dribbler. He wasn't exciting with the ball. But there was just kind of like this almost like lovable uncle feel to him. That kind of, you just wanted him to succeed, and that kind of radiated positivity around him that makes him seem perhaps a little bit more interesting than he necessarily is. That's my view on it anyway. So Rich, by the time Bramble came to Sunderland, the expectation of his was lower, but that happens with players coming to the Northeast. They don't realise the pressure and expectations until they arrive. I mean, there's been so many stories of players making a move to a bigger club and not being able to adjust, which is fair. Jonas Gutierrez, forgot about Gutierrez. So the agent was Willie McKay, who's been investigated and questioned by police in regards to football corruption on a few occasions. That name is very familiar. Very familiar. And generally speaking, the only time that you recognise an agent's name is if that agent is a dick. So I'm guessing that. Quite like Cabaye as well. I never was a big fan of Cabaye at Newcastle, but I really liked him at Crystal Palace. I don't have any explanation for it though. All right, have we got any progress? There is indeed. And at the moment that I pop on over to Discord, it's ready to go. So let's see what we've got from the squad there. It looks like he's playing a 3-4-3 as well. Kubo up front, Gonçalves and Williams off the wing, so possibly a false nine kind of thing going on with this Kubo. He's quite all right in terms of finishing. That's an interesting idea. Could be quite cool. We've got a mirror match coming up. James and Sinchenko, so not out and out wingers. Sabitzer, yeah, he's playing with Çalhanoğlu. That makes sense. Coop Miners, interesting. Coop Miners as a centre back. Wouldn't have been something I'd ever thought of. I love it. I love it. Let's see how it goes then. Let's see how it goes. Break everyone's legs. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. We'll see if that's going to be necessary. But it's nice. We've got a 3-4-3 mirror match. They're playing wide. We're playing more centrally. That does mean we have to. I'm going to be really keen to see what Kubo's movement is, because we've got three up against just one striker, making sure that our defenders aren't kind of caught very, very flat and we end up being overloaded in that area in front. We shouldn't be, because if they've got two wingers cutting aside, we've got two defensive midfielders. But I can see this being quite a stagnant game, because both teams should be able to overload defensively in certain areas. Cool. Here we go. And I like saying, so a whole load of don't feel pressure, because it treats this game as debuts for these guys. Double checking here. Okay, so now it's Williams up front. That makes a little bit, okay, that looks more normal. No, Marino, not Coop Miners, Sabitzer, Çalhanoğlu in a more advanced position. I feel a lot better about that. I don't think we need to do anything in opposition instructions right now. We're there. We're finally here. Cool. Good players. Many of Sir Bobby's signings were good. I like Newcastle those days. Coming from a Sunderland fan, that is bold praise indeed. Cardiba, you're buying an Everton shirt, but I need to be careful with my money. I mean, which Everton shirt are you going for? Sir Oliver, playing FM23 last season, I got a message there will be a new stadium made. How much money do I need to have available for this? Well, that will ultimately come. Sorry. That will ultimately come down to your board. The board decide that they have enough money, so that's not really something that you have to worry about, like expressly. But But yeah, you will find that your finances are going to go down quite significantly. Right, so Kubo into Marino. Marino driving across, goes back to Ramos. They're going to play it out. Can Frimpong get in there? He can't now. Gonçalves got space down the left. It's not quick enough. Frimpong recovers. And that was a very, very dull highlight to begin with. Right, here's Kubo. Kubo's going to take it on down the right-hand side. Kubo looking to get in on his left. Oh, no. That is rotten. That is rotten. You don't want a player. You don't want a player getting injured inside the opening 2 minutes. That's cruel. That is very, very cruel of the game. It's live finally. Why 6? Why not 6? Okay, you want it for the money. Now, what player can you buy with 6 shirts? I think you could probably get Ashley Young to stay for another year. Rip Kubo indeed. Gonçalo Ramos has come on. Here's a free kick sent in. Trubin claims. That's why we like Trubin. Just going to pop that on. Let's see. So they've put Williams out wide. So they've got the pace out wide. They've got Gonçalo Ramos up front. I slagged off Gonçalo Ramos earlier. I suggested that Gonçalo Ramos was not was probably the weakest of the striking options that we had. So he is certain to score now. Right, Ramos into Sabitzer. Here's Marino. And because we don't press high, we should expect to see Zambique have a lot of the ball in these deep areas. Gonçalves. Inside to Çalhanoğlu. Back to Gvardiol. Once it does get into these areas, we do want to press. Here's Frimpong. Plays it through to Openda. Openda has pace. Can he get the shot away? It takes a deflection off Marino behind for a corner. That's where we can pounce though. And that's part of the thing is with that mid block, when we do win the ball over, there is space for players with the pace of Openda to hopefully run into. That's what I hope for, at least. Shit, Reece James. The only types of Reece James. Right, Galan beaten in the air. Can Çalhanoğlu get there? He's not even going to try. Of course he's not going to try and head the ball. That's not his game. Ramos into Fabinho. Back to Ramos. And now we can move it to the left. Here's Thuram. Thuram facing the wrong way. Has to go back to Gvardiol. Gvardiol will find Galan now. Galan's touch is heavy and Williams comes in. Sabitzer now takes over. Plays it safe and here's a chance for... I don't know what to call the team. I suppose I just call it Zambique. Zambique into Çalhanoğlu again. Okay, we sit off. And once again, it's the pass out wide to Gonçalves. Frimpong alert. Frimpong driving forwards. He's beaten his man. Can't get the cross away. It's another corner. Zinchenko puts it behind. Ashley Young is expensive. He was expensive. I think he'd be quite happy to pay for like a Twix next season. Deep down, you want all the Northeast teams to do well. That's fair. Rich. Ramos the target. Beaten in the air by Ramos. With such a proud heritage, it's been so bleak the last few decades. Just found the Saudi issue difficult. I'd like to see Borough back in the Premiership as well. That's fair. That's very gracious. How about Hartlepool? They feel a lot more distance. That's fair. Kubo's just a shit Reece James, right? That's where the shit Reece James is. That's a very... I can't say I'd consider Reece James and Kubo as similar players ever. But yeah, sure, we'll go with it. Because of the injury, right, I get it. I'm a little bit slow. Almost as slow as these damn highlights. Because these damn highlights are very, very slow. Right, throw in deep in the half. 21 minutes played now. Not really had any major chances. We had the Openda one that was blocked. We've had a highlight that was an injury. We've had a couple of corners that haven't, and free kicks that haven't amounted to anything. But maybe that can change now. Here's Ramos. Right, Openda closed him down, forces him to go back to Providal. And that should move its way out to Gvardiol now. Gvardiol to Zinchenko, you expect. Zinchenko's going to drive in. Here's Marino to Sabitzer. Sabitzer is now in space. He can feed Ramos. Ramos, the man that is going to cause us problems, chips it over the top. It's a shame. Okay, that's why Williams did something weird. Like if Williams could have taken that down on the chest, that would have been a lot better there. But no real threat. Currently, it stands that one shot, that Openda blocked shot, is the only shot so far. We don't have much the ball. That's exactly what we expect. Brazilian Fury, welcome in, my dude. How you doing? The man is back and recovered, mostly from hot spice as hell, but not the beard. It will come. It will come eventually. How are you doing, my dude? How was the stream last night? I think I checked it pretty much almost the moment you switched off. Openda's in behind. Openda on his left foot. Another great block. Talisca takes a shot, and that's blocked. But Openda is offside? Was Openda offside for the Talisca shot? That should be our corner. Bugger off. Controversial. Frimpong with his third interception. Good play. Followed up by really, really shit play. Here comes Zambik. Ramos. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Frimpong manages to get in. Ramos can gather. It's a nice little dink, just not quite enough on it to get it through to Gonçalves. Oh, we've moved it back to Trubin. Trubin's going to play it all the way out to a marked man. Oh, Trubin. Oh, Trubin. Here comes Reece James, pouring forward down that right wing. Talisca back doing the defensive work. Plays it calmly, safely, assured. And now we move on. Here's Çalhanoğlu. Çalhanoğlu's touch is bad. Thuram, though, can pick up the loose pieces. We can move out to Frimpong. Frimpong's going to attack the space. Go on, Frimpong. He tries to cross it. It's corner simulator. It's corner simulator. We're going to see very, very few chances. Now, I'm quite happy away from home to come away with a draw. But I would like to see something a little bit more exciting. Sent into that far post again. Ramos gets it clear. Here's Frimpong. Frimpong runs straight into Ramos and falls over. Never going to get anything for that. Quadmi told me Greek people grow beards in seconds. Indeed. I've actually shaved 4 times this week already. So Brazil, you're getting used to Venezuela still, but the Apertura phase is going well mostly. Marvellous. Marvellous. Right, Frimpong, send it in. There we go. Openda's the target. Can he get there? He can't. But we can't get to the second ball either. Gallen beats by Williams, plays it back to Thuram, and that shot, like that, we've been starved of shots, so I appreciate that shot for happening. But my God, it was wank. Right, can Zambik do something right at the end of the half here with 40 minutes played? Gvardiol into Zinchenko, out wide to Gonçalves. He plays it early, and that's a bad touch by Çalhanoğlu. That's kind of characterized the game so far, is there have been some possible moments to break forwards, but bad touches by players in advanced areas have been costly. Here we go. There we go. Ramos loses out. Talisca moves it across to Çalhanoğlu. Oh, Çalhanoğlu couldn't play it immediately. It's okay though. He's found Openda. He plays it out wide, and that's going to be offside. Oh, come on. Let's have some good highlights. Maybe from this free kick. Nope, not from this free kick. Now we can be. Well, we've created the only chances. 0.43 xG from 4 shots isn't bad, but we do need to maybe take a few more risks. I see you saying take fewer risks, George, but we might need to take some more. We might need to look. Shocking, that is. Gallen has lost the ball more than the complete wing-back in Frimpong, which I expect a complete wing-back as Frimpong is going to lose the ball a lot. That's kind of what happens. I would expect Gallen to be a little bit more restrained, a little bit smarter. So that's something to be concerned about. And Talisca hasn't gotten the ball much at all. So those are going to be my areas that I want us to work on. I don't mind that we had little possession. We know we're going to have little possession. That's kind of the setup. So Gallen will come off because of his yellow card. Zinchenko will come on. We're going to pop him as an inverted wingback. He should still end up in wide spaces because we don't have anyone out there. So we'll say take fewer risks. We can't make him stay wider from that, but that's okay. So that bit I'm kind of fine with. I don't mind him losing the ball. That's absolutely fine as well. Talisca now. Oh yes, the attacking midfielders are meant to be marking the defenders, so they kind of help us out a little bit. Stop the potential overloads out wide. Can we do that with a shadow strike? Try and see if we can get him more in support of Openda. He's occasionally, we've seen him drop deep, but he's only touched the ball 8 times, which is quite surprising. So maybe if we can encourage him just to stay a little bit higher more regularly. I think we run with that. We tell everyone that I'm still going to tell them no pressure. So I've told them they're rubbish, and then I tell them no pressure. I don't remember what I was like with a beard, RJ. I don't whatsoever. Right, Frimpong from the kickoff, heavy touch. Zinchenko steps in. Krodmo, it will be back. It will be eventually. Sherbs completely forgot it was gone. Jump scare. I'm sorry. Imagine how I feel, Sherbs. I have to do this every morning. I wake up. I come downstairs. I go to the bathroom. There is a mirror, and I see this, and it catches me by surprise every single time. So IDRC that you're not listening as people do hate backseat gaming, but sometimes you just want to put your thoughts in chat. What does IDRC stand for, George? You're going to have to help. You're going to have to help me with my old man understanding. So yeah, I mean, I have no problems with you guys putting your thoughts in chat, but as I say, I will probably ignore them as politely as I can. I don't really care. Right. I don't really care that you're not listening as people do hate backseat game, but sometimes just want to... I'll be honest, I can't even see... I saw your thing about Ramos. I explained why I prefer this setup. We've got two left-footed centre-backs, and Mings is quite good. Here's a Pender. Oh, come on. Keep the ball close to your body, guys. Right. Sabitzer comes away with it. He loses out. That's a decent tackle from Fabinho. Vargil now to Mings. And so on things with the way that we're set up, we are at full tempo. So we can't really increase the tempo other than by changing the mentality. But I do wish we'd be a little bit more direct. Here's Talisca. That's more that I like to see. Well cut out. That's going to be a corner. So it's early, relatively early in the half. We have seen Talisca a little bit higher up, which is a good sign as far as I'm concerned. Çalhanoğlu with the corner. We're going to send that in to the far post. Ramos can't get there, but Ramos can get there. Right, Trubin with a goal kick. Look at us sending it long. We're confident that Talisca can do something. He does. He knocks it down for Thuram. Openda, he's offside surely. Yeah, the linesman's flagged straight away. Openda just needs to stay onside. Just needs to stay onside. Right, Zinchenko to Çalhanoğlu. Here's Gonçalves. Gonçalves turns away from Frimpong. Can't quite get the cross in, but he can find Çalhanoğlu on the edge of the area. No one's closing him. He finds Sabitzer with a shot. And that's unfortunately over. It's a chance for Zambeek. At best, I mean, I don't know how necessarily to qualify the chances. We've had a couple that are blocked, but I feel like that was the best chance. There was space open on the edge of the area there. He should have really got that on target. Now Thuram coming, skips away from his man, and then goes to the outside, finds Zinchenko. Zinchenko, zip it in. Nope, he goes to Fabinho. Here's Frimpong. Frimpong, get that cross in, my dude. Sends it low, and it's easily gathered by Providel. Easily gathered by Providel. So now I have the image, you looking at the mirror and taking a few seconds before you remember it's gone. Sadly, the bit that takes a few seconds is realizing it's me. I react very quickly though, normally scared and very confused. Frimpong, that's a good cross this time. Openda attacks it. That's more like it, lads. That's more like it. In fact, that is an encourage. That is exactly what I'm saying. They're bringing on Yuri Timber. Sadio Mane's on. Mikel Merino has come off. Right, Thuram. Thuram takes aim from distance. That's narrowly over. So do we have a change? We do. He's gone 3-4-3. Mane, Gonçalves, Ramos. They're looking to control it a little bit more, and we've seen a change there in momentum. Here's Mings. He has one mistake in him per game. Is this going to be that moment? He finds Ramos. We're just being a little bit slow here. Forward to Thuram. Thuram finds Çalhanoğlu. Çalhanoğlu. Now we need the runners. There are the runners. That's Frimpong. Go on. Come on, Jeremy. Come on, Jeremy. Send it in. That's a good cross. Oh, what a challenge. What a challenge. That was the chance. That was the chance. Right, Çalhanoğlu over that corner. Send it into that far post. Getting more reactions. We don't need to make changes. Çalhanoğlu to the far post. Talisca's the target. Timber gets there. Here's Frimpong now. Frimpong again. Get that cross in, my lad. He doesn't. He does gather it again. Ramos with a shot. Off a save from Providel. Providal's made a save. Frimpong is the target. Zinchenko gets there. It's behind for a corner. Pressure is coming. pressure is coming, again, we're not going to make changes. I'm trying to convince myself not to make changes because we're having our moments right now. Çalhanoğlu to Talisca. He's not going to win that. Gvardiol gets it clear. We can keep the pressure on. Frimpong from the edge of the area. Not a bad effort. Not a good effort, but not a bad one. 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes. And as I said, a draw away from home is generally a good sign. Zinchenko tries playing it for a Openda. That's a little too heavy. Provedel will come out and gather. Here we're seeing we've got Timber, Ramos, Zinchenko, Gvardiol over there. Sabitzer, Çalhanoğlu. So they do have James. I think we might need to look at how we're marking because we've got wing backs on wing backs. So we might be able to put some pressure on, maybe on that double pivot from our attacking midfielders. Right, Zinchenko. No, I don't want the wing backs pushing up on the wing backs because they've got wingers. And here they are. Mane's coming away with it. And what on earth was that? What on earth was that? I mean, I'm not complaining, but that was dumb. So in a work email, I wrote, if I remember correctly, or IRC, the older colleague had to clue what it meant and thought it was a nickname for one of our pupils. That's quite incredible. That is quite incredible. Right, we are going to pause here now. Zinchenko, Sabitzer off, Shaw's on. So he's made all 5 substitutions now. Yeah, I'm okay with how this is going. I do wonder. So they've now got the double pivot. I think we're going to shift to a 2-man strike force. Hopefully get these guys in between the double pivot. These guys in between the centre backs. So Talisca, do we go with... Yeah, deep line forward over target forward. He can stay on. We'll bring on Inaki Williams. He's got sensational pace. And Thuram will come off. He'll be replaced by Reinders. Reinders, we will say, get further forward. We will also tell him to shoot more often. Just absolutely take aim. I don't mind. That's absolutely fine. It's just a couple of changes for us. It is 2 legs, George, indeed. It is indeed. Good evening, Morton. How are you doing? Oh, the tension. It looks like a stop. Oh, no, it's not. Gvardiol with a header. Never really going to be a threat, unfortunately. Right, Provedel into Timber. Come on, Talisca, you can close that down. Oh, I think we've got a little bit of lag between myself and Zambeek. Into Koopmeiners. Back to Gvardiol. Gvardiol on the opposite foot side. Maybe that's something we should be targeting a little bit more. But he's a 13 jumping reach guy. We've got Talisca up against him potentially. Zinchenko steps in. Zinchenko is going to feed Williams and Timber gets there. The pass was that was never going to make it. We have a free kick. Talisca stands over it. Talisca with a... Oh, there we go. That was a deflection, I think, from the on the way through. I think that's a little bit harsh. A little bit harsh on Provedel, but, you know. Oh no, that direct camera was good. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I can watch it again after the tie's over. George reckon that looked like a pen. Now I think Timber was ahead of the play all time there. Right, we have a lead. You can't say we don't deserve it, but a bit of a grubber of a free kick to make the difference feels a little bit cheap. But here comes Koopmeiners. Talisca with a great foul. That's some professional fouling there. Loses the ball in a dangerous area. Immediately kicks out. Beautiful stuff. Right, have we got a response from Zambeek? They haven't really offered much all game going forwards. They've defended quite resolutely. Nope, that highlight is going to be an offside. But it would be typical that in the last 5 minutes, that has been the catalyst for turning things around potentially. Fabinho knocks it back to Mings. Mings takes time, finds Fabinho. He moves it across to Frimpong. That's an underhit pass to Frimpong this time. Frimpong's had a great game intercepting those kind of passes. Now he's on the receiving end. But Ramos steps across, covers, goes back home. Nice and safe. Trubin. He's going to just boot it long. It's what I like to see. Inaki Williams unlikely to win a header. Here's Reinders though. Tries to be perhaps a little bit optimistic with his ball through. Ramos will chase. Trubin Glathers, that's definitely a word. Right, Mings out to Reinders. Fabinho now. Fabinho's kind of forced himself out wide now. Only real option is to cut back, try and find Ramos. That was a risky pass. And Williams is in behind. The flag's gone up. The flag went up early. It was a nice ball by Reinders, but Williams did look to be a good foot or so offside by my reckoning. Maybe even more. Iron is out, I think. Oh, shocking. You're eating though, so kind of missed it. How are you doing? We finally got the game started. This is the first leg. I'm feeling pretty decent. We've played well. We've dominated the game. We do have some issues with offsides. Our goal was a pretty underwhelming free kick, but we definitely deserve to be ahead. There we go. There's another under-hit pass. Zinchenko reads it. Zinchenko now out to the outside. That's what I was talking about with the inverted wing back, providing the width. And that shot from Talisca was very, very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. Yeah, so we've got them hemmed back. We don't need unless we see he's made all his changes before we scored the goal. So unless he's got something major that he's going to change, I don't think we need to make a change. However, Mane comes forwards. It's a good challenge from Reinders. Trubin gathers. The last 3 minutes, do Zambique have a sucker punch? Can they get a late equaliser? Really set up a spicy second leg? Reinders to Zinchenko. Here's Talisca. There's the runner. Çalhanoğlu is the man. Can he? Oh, he's refused the ball through. There's Frimpong. Everything about that was wrong. Çalhanoğlu checks back. Inaki Williams' run was too early. Çalhanoğlu's pass was wrong, but we do still get a chance from it. Talisca gets his head onto the ball. That's an easy gather from Provedel. Far too easy. It was miles off. Yeah, it's like a yard or two. It's all good. All good. Right, Provedel to Ramos. Here we go. Into Timber. It's a two-legged tie. So, sure, it's not great to lose a game at home 1-0. And they could equalise here. It's a lovely ball. Ramos is the target. Gvardiol gets in. It's behind for a corner. But even if they lost 1-0, I mean, that's still a very, very overcomable game result. And they could equalise here. Çalhanoğlu, sensational delivery with that right foot of his. He sends it into the near post. Ramos gets his header, and there's Trubin with the save. Oh, that could have been it. That could have been the moment. One more like that. Come on, Çalhanoğlu. He sends it in. Watch the man comes out. Clears out the front post. Ramos is the target. Ramos gets it, but not the right Ramos. Mane gathers at the edge of the box. Mane turns, plays it out to Gvardiol, and Talisca intercepts. Come forward now. Run, Talisca, run. Go on, you can do it. You can do it, my lad. Okay, he plays it inside. That feels like the most underwhelming counter-attack, but we do still have the ball until that moment. Fabinho. Ramos in corner is scary in game 2. He really is. You need to start saying well in when someone wins the ball back. I have at times. So Mane here. Mane sends the ball into Ramos. Ramos back to James. And that will be the end of the first leg. We've got a 1-0 lead. A 1-0 lead. A deserved 1-0 lead. We're playing a system. We don't expect to have much of the ball. But we had all the momentum. And still 0.87 XG isn't sensational. It's a fortunate goal. I'm going to watch the... Let's see. Direct to camera did do it justice. Here it is. Takes a little deflection on the way through off Gonçalo Ramos, but nestles into the bottom corner. So I suppose we can't moan too much about that. Let's remember to get that back to there. So yeah, an okay first leg. But we can't feel like we've got this in the bag, that's for sure. There's a lot to potentially come. I do expect that we're going to see some changes from Zambique. He did swap from a 4-3-3 to Miros with a 3-4-3. in that second half. It didn't help. So I'd say a large part of that game hinged on substitutions. So we'll see how it goes there. What I am going to say though is we've got a break coming up, as we were waiting for the first game. So let's pop to that break. I'm going to tell Zambique it's going to be a few minutes, and I'll see you guys in a couple of moments. Okay, so we're still waiting on Zambique. I assume he's trying to make some adjustments now, thinking about how to approach the second leg. My initial feeling right now is to just make one change, which is to bring in Alberto Moreno. But I'm not sure. No, I'm not convinced on that. Frimpong as a winger. I think we put Zinchenko into the starting lineup. So I'm trying to think. There is the possibility that the changes that Zambique makes means that we might want to switch to the 4-3-3. At which point I need to consider. George, it says waiting because I pressed the continue button. If I unclick it, it says continue, and it's got two there showing that both people are still going. Once you press continue, it switches to waiting to let you know that you're waiting for the last player that's active there. So I've already continued. I'm just waiting for Zambique to do so. So yeah, if we then need to switch potentially to a 4-3-3, Virgil will go out to left back, Mings will be the centre back, Fabinho there, and then we'll have a central midfield of Zinchenko and Thuram to begin with. So that I think will give us the flexibility in the second leg potentially from the start there, because I don't want to use substitutes early if I don't have to, and that kind of gives us the flexibility in that regard. If it goes to a 4-2-4, I'm not averse to Zinchenko playing up high. He can play in attacking midfield positions, so we could even potentially go with the 4-2-4. We could have Talisca up front, Çalhanoğlu off the right, Zinchenko off the left, for that kind of short period, maybe to get us through to half time when we then react. So I think that gives us some flexibility there. I do think we will ask that Thuram. There we go. Right, cool. So we're into the next game. Or are we? We've continued, but we'll wait a bit. What is Rangers' long shots? His Rangers' long shots is there. They're both at 13. Both dribbling of 15. So I am thinking there, instead of get further forward, we might ask him to see if he can kind of help break the lines a little bit with some dribbling more. We've got run on defense on as well, so that kind of ties in. Because if we can stretch position, if we can have Thuram drive forward to get past the midfielder here, that might mean that someone has to step up, and that could create space for Talisca or Çalhanoğlu to then potentially exploit. So something just maybe a little bit more dynamic from that midfield spot there. So essentially, these are the shadow striker change as well there. These are the changes that we made kind of at half time, but not the same. It was the same personnel we did. We brought Zinchenko on for Galan, wasn't it? But we'll have Moreno on the bench because he can play higher up as a winger if needs be. So Talisca could play off the left. Çalhanoğlu could play off the right. I think substitute-wise, actually, you'd look at Williams and Kubo had 15 passing. He does have 15 passing, yeah. So Kubo onto the bench as well, rather than Gross. So if we have to go to the 4-2-4, because, this is the second leg, things are going to get somewhat more tense, then you'd have Kubo on support, cutting inside there. You'd have Williams as the substitute that comes on as the more attacking option. No, it's the other way round. It's the other way round. Oh, no, that's going to be Leon Bailey then. Not that one. That one. The attacking one is on that side. So that could be Talisca. But Talisca... It's likely to be Talisca. But yeah, so... I'm thinking in real time, and it's clearly quite a disorganized mess. So you'd want the more creative player on the side. So attacking player, Bailey, off the left. Off the right, you'd want someone slightly more creative. And that would potentially be Gonçalves. Campos is a 13 for passing. Gordon was a 12. We saw that. João Pedro was a 13. Yazici is left-footed. Pelazon is left-footed. Gonçalves passing is 14. Vision 15. Flair 14. Yeah, okay. So Gonçalves can be that option there potentially. They're saying that he's going to start with a 4-2-4. Those both look to be attacking. Double defensive midfielders. This is one of the meta 101s from the looks of things. So that 3-4-3. I don't mind too much. Talisca marking one fullback. Çalhanoğlu marking the other. Let's see how it goes. He is going for it. Now, there is the possibility we just look to match up. If he's going 4-2-4, we go 4-2-4. Again, let's try no pressure. He's already happy, but that's okay. So I want to... Do I want the defensive midfielders to step up? Yes. We're going to press. When the ball goes in centrally, we're going to press. We've got players marking the fullbacks. If those fullbacks pull forwards, that's where they get their 6 men in the final third. We mark up all these guys here. Game time. George, I would absolutely take a draw. I'd be delighted with one. But I know how effective 4-2-4 is in this game, which is my fear. My fear. A Campos off that right, underneath Talisca, could be interesting. I'd probably have them the other way round personally, but it's still a good approach. Speed, I've got my speed up. This time round, we're the team in white. They're in yellow. Talisca, do something. An early goal would be very, very nice. But James makes the tackle, gets it clear, finds a Campos, and they come away with it. So again, we expect them to have a lot of the ball. Here's a corner. Ramos in the near post, heads it over. We've got plenty of bodies at that near post, but Ramos is very, very good. We believe in Mustermann. I thank you. I'm not convinced. I think this is going to be super, super tense. So far, that first chance has come from a corner. Nothing else to show for the game right now. 5-5-0 might be on the cards for real. It might well be. But here's Frimpong. Frimpong, can he create something? He finds Thuram. Thuram plays it out to Fabinho. That was unexpected. Now Frimpong gets it back. There's the shot from the angle. And it's well blocked behind for a corner. Everything about that move was not what I expected to happen. Chalanoglu. We're still aiming for that far post. We've got this train of players. No, we're not. That's the short one. And Williams snuffs it out. Comes away with the ball. And look at these guys powering forwards. Nobody's getting back. Gonçalves. That ball should have been played ahead of Gonçalves. That would have been dangerous. The danger isn't gone, though. Here's Williams. Trubin reads it, and we're fine. That was a scary, scary counter-attack. We have 3 players. It's a corner, so, you know, we might need to look at bringing one more player back, potentially. Talisca. Holds it up, finds Thuram. He feeds Zinchenko. Zinchenko back to Talisca. Talisca with the shot, and Provedal turns it over. Talisca scored the goal in the first leg, the only goal that separates these two teams at the moment. Right, Williams is in the right position. We need to stop trying to play it to Zinchenko. Zinchenko with the foul. Here comes the changes then. So set pieces. Attacking. Number 1. You need to stay back. Not stay back if needed. You need to stay back. We do that on both of these. The edge of area 1 is no longer an edge of area 1. Do we send it in? We just remove it, in fact. We just have the one routine that's going to the far post. Come on, boys. Come on. We can do this. Are you playing through the middle? No, we're not, Herven. I prefer using the width settings. So the width settings and focus play tend to be very strongly related, because it's actually about intent with your passing direction, not like distance held between players. So just fairly narrow is more than sufficient. I don't want to go fully narrow because I'm a very stubborn bastard when it comes to trying to avoid doing too many of the things that you see in the meta, even in a PvP competition. Here's Talisca to Ramos. Zinchenko now out to Shaw. It's an underhit pass. Frimpong steps in. Frimpong. Can he feed the ball? He doesn't. He goes around the outside. He sends it in. Openda with the goal. Is that onside? The flag has stayed down. They're not looking to the ref. I think it stands. We're 2-0 up. We're 2-0 up, lads. Frimpong once again doing what he did in the first leg. Steps in. Now, I thought he should have played the pass there. Instead, he goes outside, sets it across to Openda. Openda sweeps it in nicely. 8-10 yards out, but that looked offside to me. We don't even, there's no replay or anything, whereas there's no question mark about it. Frimpong totally devastating. I love having Frimpong, just so good. Like his pace and ability to carry the ball, sensational. I don't like that. I like ex-Celtic players, but Frimpong might be one of my favourite players in the world currently. Understandable. Irvin, it's a bug. It's a bug I'm more than happy to accept. Here's Ramos to Fabinho. Fabinho takes the shot, pushed around the corner by Provedel. Now he is on support, but Fabinho getting forwards. You love to see it, hey? You love to see it. Çalhanoğlu will take the corner. He's going to send it in now to the far post where Talisca waits. Shaw gets there first, heads it only as far as Frimpong. Frimpong's going to send that ball back in where Talisca's waiting, but also Talisca was waiting. And it was the other Talisca who got the ball clear. Right, Ramos. Frimpong does well to hold his run. Doesn't do quite so well to control the ball though. Shaw makes the tackle out for a throw-in. Talisca from a free kick. Talisca across to Openda. That was bad. Here comes the counter-attack. Campos drops deep, finds Gonçalves and then pushes up forwards. Out to Shaw now. Shaw. There's 4 players out here. What on earth was Thuram doing chasing out there? Thuram. Oh, here's James in behind. James, can he get the cross in? Look, he's unmarked to Campos. Trubin, though, claims he had to keep hold of that. Campos was waiting. Right, okay. The highlight isn't gone. I want to see what happens before I make my judgments. Here's Marino. Heads it to Zinchenko. And that's well read by Gvardiol. He immediately gets us on the front foot with Talisca. Talisca drifts out wide. Talisca one-on-one with Ramos, I guess. Got to be the captain's armband for Ramos. Talisca tries to get the ball in. It's well blocked. Corner. The key is X, so they're not Celtic players anymore. It's fine. Exactly. George says this is why they should give the managers one forced review if they think it's off, so they can get VAR to look into it forcefully. That would make VAR be useful. I mean, like, I'm a fan of the review system. I'm an NFL fan. And the review system there is awful because the refs don't overturn anything when there's a review, even if it looks like they should. So I don't know if it would necessarily make a difference. I think you need to worry more about fixing the way it's deployed, maybe who's in control of it, personally. Here's Talisca. Talisca tries to turn it around the corner. Marino does well, prods it back to Provedel. And Provedel has to go to Shaw. It's a weird clearance, but he was the man free. Maybe Zambeat can clear their lines. Either way, it's been a lot of highlights now. I think we've basically seen all of the last 5 minutes. I've got the pace up, but unfortunately it takes the lowest speed chosen between the two of us. Gvardiol steps in. Gvardiol now. Can he play the ball through? No, he takes a shot straight at Trubin. And Trubin just punches it behind. That should have been held. There's the short option. Oh, now he's gone. Now he's sped up. Okay, cool. Right, Williams to Talisca. Now I can probably bring this down one step. Hi, Zambeak. James into Marino. Back to Ramos. Here's Zinchenko. Out to Gonçalves. Brilliant play from Gonçalves. Gonçalves, can he get it across? It's a wonderful challenge from Fabinho. Right in the last moment. Right, James will take the corner. He's going to swing it in. Fabinho gets it clear. Williams comes away with it. We have literally watched all of the last 6 minutes. Ramos to Marino. I can't remember the last bit of this game that wasn't a highlight. James. We are on comprehensive. James, there's a good ball forwards. Talisca to Openda. Right. This is where I'm going to pause things. Fabinho here. We're going to ask him to hold position. Thuram. We're going to ask him to trigger press left. That bit earlier where he got caught very, very high. And we had 4 players over on this right bit. I didn't particularly like. But otherwise, I feel kind of okay with the way the game is playing. So this is where we're about to concede. Just because I said that. Talisca to a Campos. Okay, no, it's not. Talisca, the man with the free kicks. He's good at them. That's what's the other thing I was meant to change. I need to take Talisca off set pieces because he's good in the air. Shaw with the corner. We're slower to come out for the short one this time. It's sent in. Fabinho gets it away. And that's why he was slower, because now Çalhanoğlu can start the break. He feeds Openda. Why did you stop running? Okay. No, Thuram I didn't put on hold position. Thuram stopped running. That could have been the option inside. And the counter-attack breaks down. So yeah, we had a good moment. And George is now back in very much in control of Zambik. Send in low crosses, says Fuse, and thank me later. We've already sending in low crosses, Fuse. Thank you very much. Right. Çalhanoğlu up against James. Çalhanoğlu is not going to beat someone with his dribbling. He really shouldn't try. Maybe I need to put dribble less on him. Here's Gonçalves, tries to play over the top. Ocampos is in behind. It's a great bit of defending. Tyrone Mings, you absolute legend. Let's give him some words of praise. Alabri then gets beaten at the corner. Yeah, Georgia is very much in the ascendancy now in this second part of the half. But until it's 2-1, I kind of feel okay. I'd like to wait until half-time to make those changes if we can. Openda plays it for Frimpong. Frimpong's in behind now. Frimpong tries to get the ball across to Talisca. Well snuffed out. Here comes the corner. Fix corruption, not the people who use it. I mean, if the corruption is the people who use it, there you go. Welcome in, Panji. How you doing, my man? 3 a.m. Go to sleep, my dude. Thuram tries to do something. It gets blocked. A chance for Zambik to come away. Williams now with the ball. Took it down nicely. Holds it up. Great play from Williams. And Shaw back to Guardiola. Now they'll just try to get us out of our defensive shape. We are slowly engaging. That's okay. That was Openda. That makes sense. That's a lovely ball pinged in by Openda, but the ball is cut out by Frimpong, and he's got pace. He's coming away. Frimpong, can he get the cross in? He can. It comes to Fabinho. It's blocked. Frimpong has it again. So Thuram, nicely done. Keep the ball in the danger areas. Gonçalves has no choice but to bring down his man. Okay, last few seconds of the first half. I'm happy with that. Right, it can be turned off with the in-game editor. I always do this just to speed the gameplay along. Can you change it with the in-game editor? Interesting. He's watching stream. I've always invited the opponents in. I'm not hiding anything. Right, 45%. That's about right. We're going to look again at what we're doing in terms of our possession. Again, we've got Frimpong isn't the worst. I expect the complete wing back to be the worst in terms of that. Çalhanoğlu has struggled a little bit on the ball, and I'm guessing that he's being crowded out a bit with that double pivot once more. So seeing that, okay. I think we're doing well. We can do better. Have some fun. Our changes are going to be, so let's ask him to dribble less. We basically want him to attract people towards him and then get the ball off, which means he's kind of an enganche. But I don't want him to be as lazy as an enganche, essentially. And I think for that, we're going to bring on Gonçalves. Gonçalves isn't as good a passer. Isn't as good at set pieces. Who is good at set pieces with him off the pitch? Is Talisca is the set piece taker, otherwise he can't take corners. Okay, we'll keep Çalhanoğlu on. Set pieces, we've got in swingers. We're actually going to change that. Corner taker, we're going to just set Çalhanoğlu as the corner taker on either side. And that's absolutely fine for me in that regard. So we're not going to make any substitutions at half time. Right, here we go. What have we got coming into the second half? We will need to check the changes that Zambik has made as they look to fight into the game. But here's Çalhanoğlu now. Doesn't try and take on a player. That's good. There's Openda. Nice. Shots a little bit poor, but we moved the ball in quite quickly. Nice bit is it. Çalhanoğlu now sending it to that far post. Ramos beaten in the air by Shaw. What have we got here? We've got more highlights. That's what we've got. Thuram back to Zinchenko. Zinchenko to Fabinho. Back to Thuram. It's a lovely challenge from Talisca, but it's going to be another corner. Another corner. So why did I choose not to press rather than hold position to stop Thuram going to the right? So hold position is an in-possession instruction, Kernherns. So that's more about making sure he stays deep. We've got Fabinho stays deep. Thuram is allowed to kind of help support further up the field, get encouraged to dribble with the ball more. Whereas pressing is more about your out of possession activity, which is why I wanted him to press a little bit less so he doesn't get caught up quite so much in the press there. Right, Frimpong. Frimpong back to Ramos. This is good. That's a lovely ball over the top. Williams is in behind. The flag has gone up immediately. Was it timed correctly? Was it timed correctly? We're going to see in a moment. It's disallowed. But there's a warning shot fired. Ramos, Marino gets it out of his feet straight away, sends the ball over the top. Williams about a yard offside, as he was for us in the first leg. Right, Ramos now. Back to Mings. A turnover here would be very, very costly. But it's okay. Openda now. Openda running down the channel. Openda going all the way. Provedal tips it over. Ooh. Oh. It's nice to see how positive you are also at the opponent. I think Zambik's doing really, really well. I mean, it's going to be really, really exciting if I get through to the next round. Not just because I know Sai, but because I'll be able to watch the save game. So we'll be able to know what we're coming up against as well. I can be mean, but only for Crudmo. Exactly. Exactly. I reserve all my meanness purely for Crudmod. Right, that is, oh, it runs through. There's a little collision there. No penalty. Trubin gathers. So it was Gonçalves who came off. So that's Frimpong up in those high areas. Frimpong back to Gvardiol. Out to Zinchenko. Zinchenko to Shaw. Williams, that's a lovely chance, but he's offside once again. Right. So they are now having a lot more joy out in the wide areas. Now that we've got Frimpong on, now that Campos can cut inside. So you've got a traditional winger, you've got someone cutting inside. Let's make sure we're marking Frimpong like we wanted to. Let's not get ourselves booked on Shaw and James. So we're marking up these guys. We're trying to stop them from getting the ball into Marino and Zinchenko by, well, not, we're allowing them to get the ball into them. We're then trying to put them under pressure once they get it. I also want us to put the wide guys under pressure. That's where they're getting some joy. In particular, let's look to push Campos out wide as well because he's uncomfortable with that. And then we are going to make that change that we were considering in the first half. So we're going to bring on Gonçalves. Also, yeah, just the one change. Just the one change at this particular point. You like the fact that Frimpong went to the byline, which is a meta move to avoid OS by crossing. What is OS, by the way? OS. What is OS? See, I don't know any of the slang, sadly. I'm in the in-game editor, go to the competition. At the bottom, enable VAR settings. Oh, right, you can turn off VAR. So yeah, we can turn off VAR for this competition as well. In versus mode, it's just an option in the drop down. I thought you were talking about you could change like 4 speed settings via the in-game editor. I do apologise. What kind of game is this? Welcome in, Sil. This is the FMNL Super League. It's the first knockout round. There we go. Pushed away. We have a 2-legged tie. We won the first leg 1-0. We're 1-0 up now currently in the second leg. Looking to hopefully go through. There's 24 minutes left. And then Cyril will be back to AC Milan after this. Talisca crosses it for beat. 2 identical free kicks there. Almost the exact same thing both times. And so we can see they've had momentum. It stopped for a little bit, but here's a chance now. James into Marino. Marino pings it into Frimpong, who does well, but he's offside. He did well to keep it under control. Really, really well to keep it under control. But sadly does all for nothing. Right, Thuram does well to win the ball there. Mings back to Trubin. I was surprised. Should have gone across to Ramos. We do get it to him though now. Here's Thuram. One ball into Talisca. Back to Thuram. Mings. Zinchenko. That's a lovely ball through the line. Talisca's in behind. Talisca. That is surely it now. That's That's going to make us feel good. That was some very, very nice. It started, Crudmo. It started with Mings. This ball here in between. That's a risky pass to find Zinchenko. He plays a risky pass to Openda. Quick ball round the corner. Talisca's in behind. And that is 3-0 on aggregate. Os is bone in French. It could be operating system. Offside. Offside makes much more sense. Much more sense. Right, Çalhanoğlu. We've got some changes coming from Zambeek now. Zinchenko. Zambeek, if you are listening, feel free to pause the game when you're making changes. That is, from what I've been able to gather from PvP, that is 100% etiquette in these kind of situations. Right, James to Frimpong. Frimpong's got away from his man. Frimpong, touch too heavy. Vargil mops it up. But there's pressure. Could it come immediately? We move. We escape through Zinchenko. Into the last 15 minutes. Talisca. So we've got to get that out quickly. Well done, Trubin. Even if we lose the ball, the pressure is high. We can see that pressure is coming on. So we're gonna push Talisca up higher. I think we're going to probably replace Openda with Embolo. So we've got two slightly more physical players in the advanced areas to deal with those long balls forward. Openda to Reinders. Here's Talisca. Frimpong now. Can he get in behind? Frimpong. Beautiful work by Frimpong. Sends the cross in. It's blocked. It's behind for a corner. There's the changes from Zambeek. 3 changes coming in. We've got Openda now out on the wing. Again, we're going to do that same focus. We want to get hold of them. Zinchenko's being dropped back. And we've got a midfield partnership of Çalhanoğlu and Reinders. That's where our focus on pressure is going to be. Thuram comes off. He's looking tired, and we're going to bring on Morita. Morita is a more playmakery type of player. So, surprisingly, I'm going to ask him to play more direct, even though that means we might lose the ball. We're going to bring on Embolo. Now we've got two physical presence in those advanced areas, which I'm fine with. Fabinho might have to come off. We'll see how he is going with his health. Currently, he should just be all right. Çalhanoğlu. Ramos is the target. Fabinho gets there behind for a corner one more time. Offside OS seems to mean lots of different things. It's old style. I like that. PH equals public house. I remember having to learn to read ordnance survey maps. Yep, there we go indeed. Williams loses out. We get the ball clear. We've just got to hold on for the last 10 minutes. Last 5 minutes now. James with a throw-in to Frimpong. Ramos now across to Timber. He steps in from Gonçalves. Well done. Talisca now plays the ball in behind for Embolo. Embolo rounds Provedal, but Provedal gets back, turns it behind. There's no flag as well. That big save. I think we're all right, though. It started with that pass from Mings, but actually he was trying to control the ball and shinned it 20 yards forwards. Exactly. You've asked me what so many slang terms is. Do you know what MP stands for? Yes, Member of Parliament, 100%. Johnny's going for military police. I mean, multiplayer seems like a fair shout as well. Talisca's shot deflected by Çalhanoğlu behind for another corner. Matches played. It means manpower. Manpower. Okay. I'm guessing you don't use that in a footballing context, though. Right. Reinders into injury time now. Is there something about to happen? Williams gathers the ball nicely, finds Openders. Reinders refuses the shot, goes to James instead. Oh, Reinders should have put his boot through that. Oh, Zambeek has been let down heavily by some dumb decisions from his players. And here's Talisca. He's offside. There's been a couple of really, really good opportunities. There was the save in the first leg from Ramos's header. Trubin did really well for us in that regards. But there we are. We're through to the next round. A good opposition really opened up in that second leg. Obviously delighted to go through. If you are in the stream, Zambeek, well played, my dude. Well played. A very, very tough set of fixtures there. Really, really nice and open. Really interesting to see what you did. Well done, my dude. Well done. I am going to enjoy the trophy lift because I don't get to see it that much. Good game, dude. Let me really. Cool, there we go. And the cartwheel. The best bit. Always do a cartwheel. I've lost count of the amount of times that I've seen like an FA Cup final, a Champions League final, and the team wins and a man just starts, one of the players starts doing cartwheels after the trophy lift. It happens all the time. Every single time, without doubt. Cool. Okay, we've got to be chuffed with that. At the end of that game, we did win the XG battle again, 13-7 in terms of shots, 1.77 XG to 0.57. We don't have much of the possession. That's what we expected. I'm delighted. I think that Marv Ball is a winner. I think we might see some things that will be really, really tricky, without doubt. But that is a great outcome. I just need to save that. I need to do some admin. So Zambic, there, 0 there, and I've got that submitted. And so let me just chat there. I've submitted on chat. Don't know if you need to do it too. Cool, marvelous. Right, now that's saved. I now need to swap over skins. There we go. There's modern, and then we'll head back into the AC Milan save, which should be cool. We've got the game against Bologna. Was it an away game against Bologna? Then we've got Inter Milan coming up. So that's all cool. What I'm going to do, although it's very early by break standards, I am going to take a break so I can just chat a little bit more to Zambic and sort out all the admin side of things. And then we'll have a nice longer, like hour and a half stretch before the next one comes up. Cool. I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. I think it's bingo time. I think it is most definitely bingo time, because we're at risk of barming DNB's nuts. I think that's where chat is going. And George, I have to say, I do know OFC as of course, and it rankles. That one rankles with me more than any other like slang term out there, because if you're going to like acronymize a word, I mean, here I am making up words. Surely it should be OC. Like why go to the effort of spelling the whole of the word of if you can't go to the effort of the other one? OC, it's shorter. It has to be. So OnlyFans content, absolutely. I think that's what it should stand for. And Zeratul, I will start up a fans league just for you after this stream. It will be hideous though. It will definitely be hideous. Right, okay, so guys, if you are not familiar with bingo, that link that I just sent in the chat there, if you head on over, we basically play a nice little web game just between like after breaks every now and then. The way it works is you get a unique bingo card with 16 squares. On those squares, you've got clubs, you've got countries, you've got players or competitions. Then we all get the same list of 60 players, one after the other. We get 10 seconds, and we've got to work out if they match one of those squares. If they do, you click on it. If they don't, you let the 10 seconds run out, or you click skip. And once you lock an answer in, you can't undo it. You can't put another player over a locked in square. The goal is to try and get bingo. Unfortunately, Crudmo, who's running away with our mini games, is currently the only one who's got bingo tonight. So let's hope that someone can get it there. Wilco wants the link again. There we go. We've sent it across there. Nice and easy. We'll give it about just over a minute before we head in and we start the game. It's a nice little bit of fun. By and large, most of us are rubbish. There are actually, that's not even true. Looking at the names that are currently in there, I think I have seen every single one of you up in the top 5 at some point. So we're not that rubbish, or we're all collectively rubbish, which means that no one, but people get bingo. You know, I'm waffling. I am very, very much waffling. Crudmo, shall I self-ban Crudmo? No. We will let you participate briefly. RJ, I believe that you will this time. You will. I like the idea of calling Crudmo Blue Tart. We can definitely go with that. You should self-ban for sending OnlyFans links. I think you should time yourself out for about 10 minutes. Did you send OnlyFans links? Did I miss that in the chat? Oh dear. It's an OnlyFans at DNB cam. Oh, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I want us to support each other in this community. So head on over after the stream tonight. Rather than raiding out, let's all head on over to DNB cam and sign up. I'm 100% behind that idea. Right, we are in for the game. 10-second countdown. RJ says he won't get bingo, but he's going to try and get some points. DNB says, I'm trying to build up my OnlyFans community. Doesn't deserve a ban timeout. We're super supportive here. Are you serious? George, has anything we've said over the course of today been serious? I mean, okay, some things have been serious, but not much. There's very, very little that will have been serious over probably any particular moment during the course. Now, Gabriel Batistuta, oh my word, how much do I love Gabriel Batistuta. What a player. What a player. Yannick Carrasco, Ballon d'Or winner, famously. Baris Yilmaz. Baris Alper Yilmaz. I don't think he's on any of those, so I can let that one run out. Sandro Nesta. I'm loving these players that are coming up. Oh, what a player. Batistuta, Nesta. Who else are we going to get? Fabio Vieira. Not quite in the same standard, I'm afraid. I'm going to assume he doesn't match any of those. John Arnorisa, one of Crudmo's favourite players. Or at least he played for one of Crudmo's favourite teams. So that kind of counts as the same thing, right? Adriano, my word, we are really coming out with some cracking players there. Are we going to go with Inter for that one? We are indeed. Gregor Kerbel. I need to remember that he's not the nationality that I've played on him a few times before, because he's not German. Marcus Thuram. Thuram. Whatever will be. I should have played Euros winner. Ben Sabaini. He's a Gladbach to Dortmund. I can't remember where he was before that, so I'll let that one run. Gianluca Zambrotta. Would he have won the Euros in that era? 2006 was the World Cup. 2008 was the Euros. The moment's gone now anyway. So we can let that run. Emre Can. We've got that there. Miralem Pjanic. I'm not confident on Pjanic, so we can let that run. Hector Herrera we can play. Adam Lozec. Love it. I love it when players that are good in FM come up. You know, those cult heroes. Lozec, what's that? That must be quite a few editions ago when he was like one of the best young players. Again, all about that pace, isn't it? All about that pace. Leandro Trossard. We can let that one run. Ousmane Dembele. Oh, surely that's the same situation there. We pop him in for the Euros that have just gone. Right, Jadon Sancho. We're not playing Sancho. Santi Cazorla. So after he left Arsenal, I don't think he would have played with Di Maria. Did he ever end up? I don't feel like he's ended up out in USA. Kind of player who could have done at some point. Kramaric. Not going to be playing on that one. Oyhan Sansit. Not going to be playing that one either. Helguera. Helguera might have been managed by Ancelotti, but I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. Lothar Matthäus, definitely going to pop that one in there. Eric Lamela, played with Di Maria for Argentina. I'm going with that, even though they played the same position, so they would have been fighting for the same spot. But I'm going to say that means that they have technically played with one another at some point. I'm hoping. So Marcel, you do have to make a decision in 10 seconds, but one of those decisions per player. One of those decisions can be skipped. So Mario Götze. Did Götze win the Golden Boot that year that Germany won? Was he managed by Ancelotti? Marko Arnautovic, I'm skipping on. Konrad Laimer. Kovacic, we'll go with Man City. Oh, Ancelotti and Boban? Possibly. I'm hoping there's going to be something a little bit more modern coming up. Ancelotti's been managing for such a long time. It's possible. Vladimir Smica. Thomas Rosicky, quality player. Quality player. Elder Postiga, was he a Sporting arrival? Yeah, let's say he's played at Sport. João Moutinho, I'm pretty certain was. That's a shame. Chicharito must have played in the MLS at some point. We've played it now. So Fernando Gago. Matteo Darmian. Could have been under Ancelotti's stewardship at some point, but I'm not comfortable on that. Juan Mata. Quality player. Juan Mata, we're going with Ancelotti. I'm certain Mata was there when Ancelotti was Chelsea manager. So I feel comfortable about that one. Which will mean it's definitely wrong. Definitely wrong now that I've said that. Daniel Sturridge, Joe Cole, Marco Reus, Bojan, Fernando Redondo, Dries Mertens, Carlos Tevez, Caballero. We're running close. Are we going to have a surprise tournament where Davor Suker won the Golden Boot? I'm not going to feel comfortable with that. We're playing Lineker there. Rivaldo, Shevchenko wasn't at Milan. Cristiano Ronaldo wasn't at Chelsea. Mohamed Salah. I can't think who would have been the Chelsea Real Madrid connection. I can't think who came up for that. I can't think of who came up for that. Oh well. So George, back to being rubbish. I think we've got some all right scores going in there. Crudmo once again up near the top, just one off, as was Draw. Consistency from Crudmo, consistency from Draw, consistency from Fuller as well. Just 1 point behind them alongside Struble 94. Wilco, a great showing there, 13 alongside yours truly. Legend, Morton Cram, DMB just a little bit behind. We do have a couple more results to come in. We'll see how it goes. So that's not great for your boy DMB. Not bad, DMB. Not bad. Yeah, not perfect by any chance, but not bad. You was thinking about OnlyFans and got the freaking second one wrong. Fine excuse. Fine excuse. Chicharito played for Galaxy, didn't he? That sounds right. That sounds right. You were thinking about DMB's feet. Everyone's thinking about his feet, right? Rivaldo was. If you say so, Murdoch. Consistency for RJ. A solid 10 every time. La Louvière is winning. Interesting. What is the situation? Third division to first division in 2 years. Have they? Is the game over? No. It's we're getting there. We're getting there. Sorry. Cool. Right. I'll pop back to the leaderboard in a moment. Dembele did not win the Euros with France because Spain won the last Euros. Juan Mata was not at Chelsea when Ancelotti was there, and I know about Salah at the end there. Just we were out of players. 3 minutes to go. Okay, that is quite cool. That is quite cool. Can we do it? Where? And Zerachel. Oh, Zerachel down. He's got 11 right, and that means Crodmo pulls out some more space. Boo. So it's 2-1 for Zolta, 2-1 to La Louvière. So Zolta is first, La Louvière is second, and who was it? It was Molenbeek, wasn't it? Molenbeek not getting automatic promotion. Incredible. Crodmo pulling out. Yes, Crodmo pulling out. That's exactly what I was going for. He's a good Catholic man, right? Cool. Let's head back on over. Let's play some AC Milan, shall we? So I saved it just before the Bologna game. We can head straight on into it. What's the situation? We've got a full week between now and the Inter game, so no concerns about player fitness in that regards. We're going to bring Kari back in. He's fit. Tommaso Profundi we're not going to bring in though yet. Let's see. Xerxes, Elena Kana. I thought we were better when Elena Kana was playing in a supporting capacity. Bonato's been doing well, but let's put Xerxes back in that role behind the striker. Do we bring in Royer? I think we bring in Royer. Let's go with that lineup. Let's see how we can we get on there. An unsubstantiated rumour. It's just what I've heard. It's just what I've heard. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way, Blue Lions. A good decision there. So Theo is on a yellow, isn't he? He is. That could be risky. That's a fair point. We'll see if he makes it through to half-time without a booking. He won't. Well, that's all right. I don't mind if Ruggeri is starting for the Inter game, but that could be a bit of a bugger. We're away from home. We're going to say the thing about praise. We're going to say to you, relax. We're going to say to you, I have faith. I'm going to say to you, I have faith. We're going to head on into the game. Mrs. Crodmo is a good Catholic boy, girl. Crodmo is a failed everything. You're not a failed everything. You are not a failed everything. You're a failed most... No, I'm joking. So, Ennis, welcome in, my dude. Hello, everyone. Has anyone tried Statman skin? I've often dipped in. I've taken a look. Ben is a fantastic skinner. So we often spoke a lot about things over the last couple of years in terms of development. A very, very good skin. Is there a particular question you have about the skin? George, you keep buffering. I think have you tried giving it a refresh, George? That might help. That might help. Slap yourself around the head. That might help. Well, that's being mean now. That's being mean. And I approve entirely. Roria comes away with the ball. Forward to Carmona. Has to go backwards. I do like that pink kit. I do like that pink kit. So in the early phases, nothing much going on in terms of momentum. Here we go. Bologna with the ball with Bradley Locco. Cuts inside, gets away from his man, plays it across, but Theo steps in. Theo can't get past Amy. And now it is Bologna who is going to come away with it. Ndoye just keeps on going, sends the cross into the far post. Knocks it down. Sonko's in behind, and Sonko should really score. Oh, that is shocking. Shocking miss. We need to tell players to fire up. And that's what I don't like about vertical scrolling sometimes. Do we go up to that much height? No, we drop the height back down and we just go to TV for this game. I'm always here for a pink football kit. You can't go wrong with a pink football kit. So George slapped myself and it did work. I unbuffered with a big red mark on the side of my face. That'll do. That'll do. That kit is very pink, like a St. Albans City away shirt. Topical. Topical indeed. Twitch settings, turning down the resolution sometimes help. That's a good suggestion as well. Right, we deal with it. Can we get past the press? We can. Xerxes into Elena Kana. Just skips away from his man. Feeds Carmona. Carry now. Carry plays it to Balieri. Balieri gets the crossing. Xerxes peeled away. Heads it. It's a good claim by Arubarena. He's never going to really score from that position now, was he? Right. Hernandez with the free kick. Sends it in. Balieri. Chikari. Oh! 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 Whoa! Whoa! Wow! Wow! I do apologise for the noises that I've just made, but my word, what on earth was that? Kari. It hits the bar twice. It hits the bar twice. Sends it in, knocks it down, ball across, takes a touch, gets it out, bounces off the bar, bounces back towards the goal, bounces off the bar again. Sensational stuff. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen that before. Vertical scrolling always brings that sensible soccer nostalgia, doesn't it? Just dodgy. Welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? Now wrong with SWAS. Nothing whatsoever. Can we play SWAS for games night? That's an idea. That's an idea. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to, right? Surely that's got to be an option. This, also Kevin Tom's original FM. I mean, I assume because there's fan support for SWAS, isn't there? SWAS is still going, so I'm guessing there's some kind of network playability. I don't know if there's any network playability with the original Kevin Tom's Football Manager, but I can certainly look into it. Right, momentum swung. Okay, I don't remember that Bologna chance. Our chances haven't been great, even if we did have that mega moment off the bar. So I'm not encouraged by this performance so far in the first half. Beraldo, Kari are the players that have picked up yellow cards. Theo hasn't, but there is 30 seconds left for him to do so. He gets the ball, plays it inside to Xerxes. Here's Kari from the edge of the area. Kari's shot is blocked, and there was an offside. Okay, was it blocked by Elena Kana? Perhaps it hit us on the way through. So that's been a pretty rubbish first half, to be honest. We do have to be better. Hernandez will come off for Ruggieri. Kari will be replaced by Nico. And Carmona is going to be replaced by Leao. Leao's the advanced forward role. Getting shots. He's underperforming his XG. He's doing well from a dribbly perspective. He's doing well from a creativity perspective. So we are going to swap round to that approach. complete forwards, deep line forward, the trequartista. Gonna play a little bit more direct. Oh no, we can move the tempo up as well, so that can be. Let's just do the tempo up, and we can be a little bit more direct if we need something a bit more in that second half. Let's see how we can do. So SWAS 2020 is free for download and has online multiplayer. Beautiful. That's what we need to do then. So for those that don't know what we're talking about, part of the charity stream last week, one of the rewards for reaching $1,250, which is absolutely ridiculous, is that we're going to be hosting a community games night. There's currently a vote over in the Discord, which is just linked there, for what night we're doing. It looks like it's going to be the first weekend in May. Once that poll closes, I'm going to be putting out a poll for what kind of games we're going to play. Currently, the thoughts are to do something along the lines of Jackbox games and to do King of the Castle. Hopefully, we can find ACAB Europe around once more, potentially for that. Or we could do like an FM tournament between the community, something that we can contain within one evening, or some other suggestions. And something like SWAS, online multiplayer SWAS could be something quite exciting. Right, second half, the only thing that's happened is that one Bologna chance, and it looks like we're going to see another Bologna chance here. Loco, he skips inside, finds Ferguson, Piccoli, back to Ferguson, Ferguson, fuck. Ferguson, fuck. Right. Why can't I click on Beraldo? That is Beraldo. I can't click on any of my players. There we go. Milenkovic's name came up once I finally clicked on that. Yeah, we just got overloaded in that space. That's a lovely move. We've been pretty bad this half, so we're looking at that tempo up. Xerxes going to come off. Going to be replaced by Beneto. We've been worse this half, so we're going back to what we were doing in the first half in that regard. Roja's going to be the other one coming off. I'm going to bring on Heze in that role, drop Nico back into that position there, and we're going to start applying that pressure a little higher. Let's see if we can win the ball back, get a turnover. There we go. There we go. Let's see. That initial sign is something. Nope, that's not good. We have a shot. 10 minutes have passed. Nothing has happened there, so we're going to demand more. Let's try and encourage these guys to get further forwards. We may well get caught on the break. That's absolutely fine. A shot. It's just going to be that, isn't it? It's going to peter out in the last seconds. Maxime Lopez sends the free kick in. Bucame is beaten. Rafael Leao comes away with the ball. Just 40 seconds left to play. Here's Ruggieri. Ruggieri driving. Can he get the cross in? He does. Heze was the target. He can't win it, but Balieri comes away with the ball. Balieri's cutback is to no one. Berenaccia clears. And the ball forwards from Milenkovic is loose. That's a late game pass, and that's the game. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We were shit. And that's the result we deserved. Why is that the way though? So we play well against Barcelona. Barcelona are shit. They deserve to lose. We don't get a win for that. But when we play shit, we get the result we fully deserve. Because we deserved it. Right, there we go. Let's get these guys rested. Nice and ready for the upcoming home game against Inter. Right, so Zolta are champions. La Louvière does go up. Molenbeek will have to do the playoffs. What a last day that was. That is incredible. Incredible. Right, Rich says you can't play at network together though. That's what he said. Yeah, that's what was the bit when thinking about what someone else posted. No, I mean everyone loves a little bit of Kevin Toms though, right? So SWAS 2020 is actually up to date as well. Oh, that's quite cool. That's quite cool. Right, no better way to respond than a game against against Inter Milan. We've now dropped down to 4th. We can do this, that's for sure. We're getting dogs on the pet chat as well. Beautiful. So, anyone got a good film recommendation for a film that I probably haven't seen? What kind of films do you like, Blue Lions? Because then we can recommend films that are the complete opposite and ruin you. Actually, fuck it. I would recommend Naked Lunch. That is a film that I don't think necessarily fits a genre. So it doesn't really matter what your answer to that question would be. So yeah, Naked Lunch. It's the kind of film that afterwards you kind of feel like you need to take a shower, and not in a sexy way. Like, recommend kids movies. I could recommend kids movies. Naked Lunch definitely isn't a kids movies, but it's certainly something interesting. The Hot Fuzz is a great recommendation. Shawshank Redemption is a great film. The Hot Fuzz is for kids. You could, I mean, there's got to be some bad language in there. We have the best youth academy in the world, apparently. How about that? Thanks to Donnarumma, Barbieri, Pisano, and Kovacic, all players that aren't at the club. Fabulous. I sold one of them, so that's my fault. Mim has suggested Wall-E. DM Basis goes for Prophet. Old Boy, Zatoichi, A Bittersweet Life. The Miracles movie. 17 and You Can't Spell. Kari is... yeah, that means he's not in the starting lineup for the next game. Poor old Kari. I'm starting to think that he's pulling sickies. He picks up an injury like a day before the Barcelona game. Picks up an injury a day before the Inter game. I see you, Kari. I see you. I get it. Completely and utterly ducking responsibility. So more suggestions coming in. We've got Steins Gate, Conclave, a film based in the Vatican about the election of a pope isn't grabbing, but it's actually very good. Lots of plotting, drama, and some interesting stuff. Rubber. So I don't even know what the Miraculous movie is. RJ's now on a tangent of just reminiscing about being 17. So just lost 2-1 to Inter in your Roma save. Please revenge me. We'll see what we can do, Mim. We'll see what we can do. I've not had a good time with Serie A recently. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, we're gonna get revenge. We've had our last 2 games. We've had a draw where we deserve to win. We've had a defeat where we deserve to lose. So that should mean that this is a game where we deserve to draw but win. I think that's how it works, right? It's got to work in like little pairings like that. I'm hoping. You have a decent list to stay up all night. Cheers, guys. No worries. Let us know as well. Let us know. On Monday, we're going to be quizzing you about all the films. It's a knockoff version of Marvel, but for kids. Fair enough. RJ's trying to remember how it was. Memory bad. To be fair, that's probably a good thing, because if you remembered it accurately, you're probably going to you're going to pour up memories that you wished had stayed forgotten. Lad's young enough to be your son, DM Bassist. I mean, isn't that the thing that we all have to deal with at some point, where we get to the point like, oh god, we're that old. 17 was 20, just under 23 years ago, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Rich has also recommended Zone of Interest, made about the Holocaust movie from a different perspective, and as horrifying in its own way as anything. I've heard a lot of good things about Zone of Interest. A very, very interesting film. Right, let's see. What have we learned from that last game? From that last game, I've learned that I don't like Xerxes as a trequartista. So Benato in. Rafael Leao up there as the advance forward. Nico back in at the base of that midfield. Our defence stays as it is. We're dealing with an attacking midfielder, so we're going to ask Nico to keep an eye on Matheus Cunha. I think we let that run. We run with that. We're all young enough to be Crodmo's children, quite plausibly. Dino, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. George remembers 2014 for some odd reason. Anything particularly fun about 2014? Oh God, that's 11 years ago. That's mad. How on earth is 2014 that long ago? Right, we're not going to say the stuff about media. We're going to talk about our fans. Oh no, we're not. We're going to talk about revenge. Of course we're going to talk about revenge. And then we're going to tell them that we have faith. Let's hope we can bounce back. A good result here would be huge. So psychological thrillers that play over your head. Fractured 2019 is an amazing movie. Okay, good suggestion there. Any other suggestions pouring in? I think that might be that. So Crudmo remembers 2014. You met your wife there. I almost doxed. I almost doxed Mrs. Crudmo for a moment. George wouldn't want to be. Nobody wants to be Crudmo's son. But then, I mean, you don't get a choice over who your parents are, do you? That's kind of the thing about family. Benato feeds Elena Kane. Elena Kane with a great turn in the opening minute. Theo sends the cross in. Corner early doors. Early doors. Is that the end of the world one? So Rich wasn't a fan. Fair enough. Balieri forces a save. Hermanson does well to tip it over. Full stretch. Another corner. Wouldn't this be a nice start to the game? Hernandez sends it to the edge of the area. Heze with a shot. It's another great save. Balieri back to Heze. Heze fires narrowly over. That's yeah, I'm encouraged. So now watch us concede from the first shot. So your dad's caravan make. I'm getting confused now. Lies 2014 was yesterday. 2014 was not 11 years ago. That is crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. We might actually have a little think about what we say in chat when we have a bloody underage in here. I feel like that responsibility, DMB, that's my responsibility. I might need to add on some filters to say we might be a bit rude with our language, so people have to like confirm. So you guys feel free to be as coarse as you like. I was trying to think of something blue to say as blue as and then I just couldn't think of blue things because my brain is now starting to melt. Here comes Hernandez. Hernandez back to Beraldo. There's pressure coming. He gets rid of the ball quick. Here's Heze now. Oh, Heze could have played the pass. Could have played the pass to Elena Kane. Took a second too long. Had to take the chance himself. It is a good save though. And here's another corner which Benato will take. Milenkovic the target. Bastoni gets it away. And here's Martinez. So there's been a big chance for Inter. We've had a few little small chances. But also there's been some good Hermanson saves. So it kind of feels like we did. XG says we shouldn't be ahead, but it feels like we've had the better chances personally. Right, DeMarco to Belkir. Balieri cuts it out. Milenkovic goes safe to Caprile. He's got to go long. He goes long. Elena Kane gives up on the ball. It's okay. We just about keep hold of it. Now Balieri finds Leao in the challenge. Rafael Leao sends the cross in. It takes a deflection. DeMarco can get rid of it. Beckir to Cunha. Bove steps in, plays it forwards immediately, and it's cut out once again by, this time, Antonio Silva. Hernandez is crossed. Bastoni gets there. Balieri sends it in, and it's cut out. Great defending from Inter. Cunha now. Under pressure. Turns away from Nico. Cunha running forwards. Lautaro to Beckir. Balieri doesn't make a challenge, and oh, come on. Come on. There we go. So you're asking to play Jackbox Party Pack, and that says it has innuendos. That's true. Don't worry about what we say in chat. We've got a top-notch and highly professional mod to keep things in order. Ah, that's a problem, isn't it? Ah, yes, that is. Nonsense. Oh, I'm talking nonsense for those that remember Brass Eye, indeed. Am I right to feel pretty damn miffed that we found ourselves 1-0 down? We've played really well. And then a wonderful turn for Manchester United. Did great, lovely turn to get away, and then we just collapsed. Right, Antonio Silva now on the ball. 50 seconds or so left in the first half. Inter looking to put the game to bed. Here's Kjærgaard. Kjærgaard gets past his man, cuts it back. Heze does something dumb, and Camavinga forces a great save out of Caprile. That should have been 2-0. That should have been 2-0. And this corner now. Time is up for the half. There will be time for DiMarco to send it in. Looks like he's already time wasting though. DiMarco, please may you take the corner. Keep on adjusting your shorts. Adjust those shorts, fine man. DiMarco eventually sends it in. Crosses, and there's Bastoni, and it's a header at the near post. Caprile gathers. Fuck. Simply have to be better. Simply have to be better. And that's going to involve us turning Lenakena into a pressing forwards. Bove, we're going to ask him to ease off tackles because of that. We're going to keep him as a CM, that's fine. And this is it. We're not going to increase the tempo this time. We're going to play more direct, but we are going to press more there. We are looking to trap outside. DiMarco is there. And to be fair, that chance was all in the middle. So trapping outside is actually fine in that regard. I think we might switch. Yeah. Let's push our wing backs up. Let's turn this into a 3-4-1-2. So that would be, I'm happy with Heze in this sense being a volante. No, we'll have the volante on that side. Defensive midfielder on that side. We've got a lot of attacking intent coming from here. So that would have been the Mazzala. We had an attacking Mazzala. We had attacking fullbacks previously. Going to ask you to hold position. We've got the extra body in the defensive line. So that's going to look something a little bit like this because Bove's on the yellow card. Can we stay wider? Okay, we can't stay wider. That is the only attacking role that's available there. So let's go with a defensive midfielder on support, but stay wider. Further forward, dribble more. So we've got some of those Mazzala-esque qualities, but we have it on the side that Elena Kane is on. Wingback's fine there. So let's see if we, with our position there, whether that just helps us a little bit in terms of getting control. See if we can draw them out a bit more. Thank you for the hydrate, Johnny. I think it's perfectly reasonable to not want sex references, and I think Rich is 100% right. I'm afraid to say that it's also about your responsibility to find a chat that is appropriate. You know, I was going to say that I don't want us to be built here around references that could be perceived as sexual, but also I would like chat to feel as comfortable to say the things that they want to say within reason. I say within reason because there are certainly no goes for me. You know, there are I won't allow any Abanato, get get in. I won't allow any abuse of people. Yeah, like jokes are going to be fine. You're going to find that with chat. So I need to just change some settings on my channel, I think. Benato, that's a lovely strike. The ball was flicked on. From distance, you feel like Hermansen probably should have got to that a little bit. But now we are level. Can we go on and get a win from here? Momentum, not necessarily in our favour, and they have had shots. We haven't necessarily created anything much in the half other than that chance. Beraldo has taken a knock as well. I didn't bring off Bove. That was a very weird decision of me. Why wouldn't I bring off Bove? Can Nico play in defence? He can jump, he can head. So that's what we're going to do. Got Nico back there. We're bringing on a youngster to play in that wide slot there. You are going to libero for me. You're going to libero on support. You're going to defensive midfield on defend. And we're going to bring on Roya for that change there. Liao is coming off for Carmona. Yeah, let's Volante you. You can't move wider, but that's fine. Let's Volante you. Right, we'll be fighting each other for the last lick of the moss off the nearest stone in a couple of years. No comment. No comment. Camavinga pushing forwards. Camavinga driving. Finds Marcus Leonardo. Marcus Leonardo beats his man. Oh, that deserves a goal. That deserves a goal. Come on. Look at Marcus Leonardo up against Balieri. Camavinga already did well to come away from his man. Leonardo beats his man. Then he makes whoever it was fall down as well. Leg breaker. Absolute leg breaker. Camavinga with the corner now. It's going to be an outswinger. Sends in. Nico gets there. Antonio Silva gathers. Finds Becker here. And that's over. That's over. Yeah, those changes haven't worked for me. Where is it going to be in the archive? It is indeed. I'm actually going back to this. I don't like how things have been in that second half. Advanced forward. Deep lying forward. That's going to be Xerxes coming on for Elena Kena. Kari coming on for Heze. See if we can just do something in the last few moments to get a draw. Xerxes tries to get across. Bastoni can only clear as far as Nico. Nico sends the cross in. Buongiorno gets there. Raw head from the edge. Oh, Hermansen just gets enough on it to tip it onto the bar. Oh, that was the moment. That was the moment. Hernandez with the corner. Hermansen claims. What a great game Hermansen has had. That's like 3 or 4 big saves. Antonio Silva to Belka here. Finds Kiergaard. The sucker punch is coming. Lautaro. Balieri gets it away. Nico, though, loses the ball on the edge of the area. Oh, here we come away with Xerxes. Xerxes finds Kari. Kari, is he going to push into that space? He's going to do it, but he's going to do it damn slowly. But he's beating his man. He sends the cross in. Bastoni gets there. Camavinga now. It's end-to-end stuff. Camavinga finds Marcus Leonardo. Leonardo can cut inside. Leonardo with the strike. Just beyond the reach of Caprile, but over the bar. There are still 3 minutes left, or not even that, 2.5. And here come Inter again. Bastoni forced all the way back to Hermansen. Here we go. Back out to Sangante. Buka here to Kiergaard. Kiergaard in behind. Kiergaard back to Sangate. Torreira. Cross to Buongiorno. Back to Bastoni. Bastoni. Lovely ball for Lautaro, and that was close. I was expecting a whistle for offside. It didn't come. That would deserve a goal. Kiergaard sends it in. Xerxes comes away with the ball. Xerxes. Well done, Xerxes. Bless him. Bless him. I miss Davy Selko as well. So XG, I can't argue with the XG. But Hermanson made 3 or 4 massive saves. Massive saves. They should have scored a second. I felt pretty robbed by the first goal they scored, though. At home, that's very, very disappointing. We do move up to second with that draw, though. Cagliari will probably go ahead of... I assume Cagliari are going to go ahead of us, though. Drop us down to third. Let's get these guys rested up. Beraldo only out for a couple of days. Not too bad. Our next game is going to be in the Champions League. Or is it? Or is it, is the question. Sometimes I think you do overthink tactics. I certainly do whilst during streams. It's a very, very different playing experience for me than I would normally when I'm playing offline, because normally I'd have the game on basically a comprehensive or sometimes on full match, and I'd be able to let the game play out and see things observe more naturally. And we tend to stick to a philosophical approach. That's kind of the idea, is that we're not just playing to optimize, because that's kind of boring. And it's about exploring ideas. And sometimes exploring ideas means making a lot of changes and kind of seeing how it works. Right, he overthinks everything. That's why it took me so long to persuade him to come out. Indeed, although you said, let's go out, and I said, we've already got this thing arranged. I seem to recall. I seem to recall that was the situation. Why not just offer free food? That usually does work. That usually does work. But sorry, that displays that undoes the thing. So yes, I wouldn't have come out otherwise. Cool. We've got a game of bingo, so let's head on over and do that. Wait a second, I was giving away games of bingo for free. What an idiot that I am. What an idiot that I am. Let's pop on over to the browser there. Give this a nice little cover. We've got one game of bingo coming up. That's fine, because I limit the number per stream just to try and maintain a little bit of flow, but then gave out games for free like an idiot. It's not that pure games. Gamers are just allergic to fresh air. No one's calling me a pure gamer, George. I play Football Manager. We're not gamers. We're muster dorks. An entirely different thing. It's not our fault if you like bingo. Very true. A bingo scares Zerachul. You'll be fine. Bingo continues until morale improves. You lot like taking absolute thrashings down. Oh, here comes the fighting talk now. Here comes the fighting talk. Right, so we'll give it. I've explained bingo many times this evening, so I do apologise if you are new into the stream. You haven't seen bingo before. I'm not explaining it this time. I'm going to be a miserable sod. The game is bingo. You play it like the game bingo, but with footballers. So you're going to get some squares. Those squares will have clubs, countries. Then you'll get some players. You need to see if those players match those squares, and if they do, you click it. If they don't, you click skip. You get 10 seconds per player. Okay, I kind of explained it, just half-assed. I just half-assed, that's the thing. I'm going to give it about a minute or so for anyone else that wants to join in. Pop on over to that link that's in the chat there. I'll pop it up there again so you don't have to scroll up or down. And then we will start the game. Coatiba misses Friday, only connect. Don't worry, Coatiba, it will be back from next week. So obviously last weekend was all about, or the previous week was all about organising for the long weekend stream. So I didn't have any mini games that I was preparing in the spare time. And this week has been about catching up on videos because I was busy all last weekend. But from next week, the mini game variety will be back. That isn't something that's been abandoned. It's just more of a case of practicality over the last few weeks. So Dean Basis loves fresh air, was out jogging around the park at 7 a.m. this morning. Now Dean Basis, I am fully on board with morning walks. Morning walks are incredible. Jogs though, that's disgraceful. That's almost sickening. Sickened me so much, I don't know what to say. Bingo is superb, but I do miss the other games too, yeah, indeed. Just not the name smash one. Right, it's all name smash next one. All name smash makes one. We enjoy all the content. Yeah, bless you, Jelchel. Bless you very, very much. Yeah, so we will have the mixture as of next week. Jurgen Klinsmann in as the first one there. The Google search one. The Google search one. What's the Google search one? Is that how you play? How you're playing? Right. Okay, I see what you mean. At Siro Immobile, where is the square for players who are absurdly good in Football Manager, and generally they're good but okay in real life? Like Paul Merson should have been a Ballon d'Or winner whilst he was at Aston Villa, but sadly it wasn't to be. Albertini. I don't know if he matches any of those. I don't think he matches those. Arda Turan, I'm sure he played for both Atletico and Barcelona, so we can play that one there. Ben White, managed by... I almost clicked on managed by Guardiola because in my head I was thinking that was Bielsa. Completely different people, especially in the way that their names are spelt. So that's a little bit dumb on my behalf. Marco Reus. Europa League, Copa America. Guardiola. Marouane Chamakh. The Arsenal players are coming out in full force today. Not sure on Chamakh there. Marcus Llorente. We can play Spanish for that. Davy Klaassen, we can play Everton for that. Florian Wirtz. Leverkusen didn't win the last season, so that one can go. They love Bojan. I suppose someone's got to love Bojan, right? He was Guardiola era, right? I suppose we'll find out. Calabria was AC, not Inter. So we'll let that go. Willian. Good player. I was going to say great player, but he wasn't a great player. He's a good player. A good player, and that there's nothing wrong with that. Even Cordoba. I do not know enough about Cordoba's playing career, so we'll let that one run. Weston McKennie. We'll let that one run as well. Lauren. Am I letting that one run? I think I am. Wow, all the Arsenal players coming through. Matteo Guendouzi. Guendouzi, again. Can't play that one there. A little bit of a late panic as I click there. Bonaventura. I don't know. João Cancelo. Was he one of those that was on loan at Inter for a very brief time? Lindstrom? Jesper Lindstrom. I'm not going to play that one. Once again, Lothar Matthäus for the Ballon d'Or. Definitely going to want that. Divock Origi for Belgium. Alexis. Did he ever end up at River? I'm not sure. So I'm going to let that run through. Pagliuca. We can play that. David Luiz. Was he ever... I hate the Copa America. I hate the Europa League one. Lucas Podolski. We're going to let that run. I'm sure Molina was at River Plate. That one I feel quite comfortable with. Not with Saint-Maximin. Nicolas Anelka. No. Angel Correa. Was he part of the Argentina squad? If he was, we're going to ignore it. I don't feel like Icardi was. So we'll let that go. Facundo Palestri. Diego Forlan. Brad Friedel. Anthony Robinson. Diego Godin. Getting a few Uruguayan players through. Jeffrey Kondogbia. Fuck it. Let's say that he's won the Europa League. I'm not going to feel confident on any of the Europa League ones, so what's the harm in trying that there? Mario Rui, Robert Pires, David Ginola, Charles de Ketelaere. See AC at the same time. Now we're going to leave it. Same question could be asked about Loftus-Cheek. Davor Schuker. Javier Saviola. Argentina win a Copa America in that era? Let's say he did. Let's say they did. So that leaves us with Nesta, Hato, Stuani, Tyler Adams, Jens Lehmann, Jorginho and Ibrahimovic, Havard and Ibrahimovic, I can't think of that. Were they at Barca at the same time? Ronaldinho and Ibrahimovic. I'm playing it. I don't think we'll do that. I think we've got a bingo. We do indeed have a bingo. Draw. Fabulous work there, sir. Fabulous. 48 points, all 16 correct. A bingo your way. So, DM basis, you're trying to be less of a fat bastard, so you're trying to start jogging. Fair enough. A couple of bursts mixed with some walking. Okay, that's more reasonable. You've done awful there. Apparently your name was Ginola5. You could have just said that you didn't play then. Again, I think 10's a pretty solid offering. It is RJ's usual. Exactly. Struble, fabulous work there as well. Just one behind draw. FMGNG, he knows where it's at. 14 is the best score, along with Crudmo. And then we've got Coritiba, Morton Cram. Ditodev, I do apologise, I'm almost certainly pronounced that wrong. Just behind as well. Fabulous stuff there. You got the 3 you was uncertain about wrong. That's typical, isn't it? So what did I get wrong? There's typical. I swear Molina ended up at River Plate, but I'm wrong there. And had I waited for Saviola to come, I could have played him in River Plate, and he might have won the Copa America, Molina. So there we go. I'm pretty happy with that round. And that's about the point where I probably need to expose my face, because we have been going for nearly 5 hours now. It feels like a bit of a weird evening because of the way that we've switched between different saves and everything. But that was absolutely fabulous. Thank you very much, guys, for coming along. We'll be back, or I'll be back on Monday evening, back to the normal. I say the normal schedule. I might start at 5 p.m. again. I quite like these 5 p.m. starts. But there will be, pop on over to the Discord. If you're not in there already, let me pop that link there. I will publish the next week's schedule on Sunday. We'll be back to the Monday, Wednesday, Friday routine. There might be a really crazy, weird Friday morning stream. And by Friday morning, I mean 1 a.m. in the morning. But I'll talk about that a little bit later. Right, YouTube. I'm going to say goodbye to you guys first. Thank you so much for coming along. Lovely to